Yeah, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. I know I'm far from perfect. It's a story about a ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy. But I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams.
Happy Tuesday, everyone. Hello. Happy Tuesday. Hello, guys.
How's everyone doing out there? How are we doing? It's been a while, hasn't it? It's been what, 2 days? It feels like forever. It feels like forever. 2 days away from all of you is just it's unbearable, really. It's completely unbearable. It's gotten a little bit better in your groove. Don't worry, I'll complain about it here in a bit. Let's see who we have here. Let's see who we have here. First of all, hello in your groove. So glad you're here. I like how you always have a little different flag next to your name in your groove. Always so glad. How glad to see you here in your groove. Hello, James Nordoff. How are you doing, James Nordoff? James Nordoff, a classic in the community. Always here. A background viewer, but always here. We always need to remember that James Nordoff is here. Hello, James Nordoff. Who I now, as I recall now, is from Indiana, which I feel for you, James Nordoff. Let's see here. Mayflower. Hello, Mayflower Kid. Our glorious Mayflower Kid. Hello, Mayflower Kid. Everyone needs to check out Mayflower Kid's newsletter, the Jester News, which is fantastic. Everyone should join our Discord, which, by the way, I think I forgot to actually put in the chats the links that we need. So I'll do that here in a second. But hello, Mayflower Kid. So glad you're here. Hello, Cody. Leedle lee. Hello, Cody. How are you, Cody? Are you doing well? I hope you're doing well. All right. Hello, LaQuabua. LaQuabua, how are you doing? You doing well? Excellent. I'm so glad LaQuabua's here. Cody and LaQuabua, both classics. Classics. Hello, Outer Signal. How are you doing, Outer Signal? You doing well? Are you doing well, Outer Signal? I hope you're doing well. Okay, yeah, everyone, check out Outer Signal's channel on YouTube. Oh, did you send it to me, Mayflower Kid? Did you send me the newsletter for today? I haven't seen it. If you did, I'll take a look here in a second and I'll upload it. Hello, Gwen. Hello, Gwen. Thank you so much, Gwen. Yes, please hit the like and subscribe button if you're on YouTube, or if you're on Twitch. Please subscribe, follow, etc., etc. Okay, would very much appreciate it. I will quickly I'll make sure to pin this stuff here in a second so everyone has it. Okay. Hello, Fetty. How are you doing, Fetty? Fetty Spaghetti. Everyone loves Fetty Spaghetti. Everyone loves Fetty Spaghetti. Hello, Fetty Spaghetti. So glad you're here. All right. Am the man. This sounds like AI music. I don't know though. This is not. That actually is not AI music. I appreciate the what's it? The vigilance. However, I am the man. That is Monster Cat Player, which is I pay $4 a month, and then I can play any of their music on my streams without copyright. So it's actually, those are actually artists. So yeah, but glad to see you here. I am the man. All right. Hello, Matt Sai Guy. Matt Sai Guy's here. Israel. What the fuck is wrong with you, Matt Sai Guy? Hello to you too, Matt Sai Guy. You know how much I love to see the Israeli flag at 2:30 p.m. Well, really at any time of the day. I'm just a big fan. Thank you, Matt Sai Guy, for that horror that I just had to witness. Hi, Matt Sai Guy. Hello, Virtual Violence. Hello, Virtual Violence. So glad you're here. So glad you're here, Virtual Violence. As always, Virtual Violence. So glad you're here. Dodongo, so glad you're here. Dodongo. Okay, guys, I need to speed this up. Forgive me. Dodongo, so glad you're here. You're a classic as well. Lurking Snow Leopard, you're the best. Thank you for being annoyed at Matt Saigai. Hello, Drizilla, another classic. Been here forever. Anyone else? Did I miss anyone that I have to say hi to? Anyone else I have to say hi to? LaQuai and the man. Okay. So, all right. So that's good enough. Everyone should be satisfied and happy. You better be. Okay, you better be all satisfied and happy. So let me first, before we begin, because I did forget to do it, I'm going to quickly post the how to the chat here. So in the YouTube chat, I just posted it and I will pin it. It is now pinned to the YouTube chat. If you look at the bottom of the YouTube chat or the top, I'm not sure where it appears to you guys, you can find a link to our Discord, which I recommend you join. There's a lot of cool stuff happening over there. A lot of little clubbies and shit. Let me put it on, let me put the other one now. So if you're on Twitch, you can also access it with the link I just pinned. Okay. So there you go. You can, join the Discord there. All right. You can also use that link to send me shit if you want to. Okay. Can we send me shit and shit? Okay. So whatever, let's go on. How dare you? Virtual Violence, excuse me, I'm a sick pig. So guys, here's the deal. We have a lot to talk about. There are some stories we're going to talk about, as always. We're always going to talk about some stories because, you know, that's just what we do. That's just what the fuck we do. And now, so we're going to do that. The other thing is that my mouth is still hurting, obviously. Apparently that'll last about a week, okay, before it won't hurt completely. Apparently, though, after 3 days, it peaks. So yesterday was the third day. So now we're coming down off the worst days. So that's good at least, but it still hurts a bit. So this is what we're gonna do. All right. I have a bunch of stories. I have a we're gonna talk about the beginning of the Russian Revolution. Um, because we're gonna do several streams about the Russian Revolution, because there's a lot to cover in that. So I'm going to start off the day by talking about what sort of the origins of the Russian Revolution and talk about the 1905 Russian Revolution because there are several Russian revolutions. And then that will be, but because of my mouth, it's a very short, it's not much that I'm gonna tell you some stuff, but we're gonna watch a video as sort of a vehicle to learn about that. And I have some stuff written down, but so that I don't have to talk during the entire thing, well, we're gonna watch a video about it, and then I'll make some extra comments during the video, okay? So, just so I don't overdo the talking so I can be on longer, so my mouth doesn't tire out, okay? So we'll talk about that. And we have some videos to watch. We're gonna watch Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley, the guy who's not too bright, who seems to really hate Somalis. Okay. He's not too bright, by the way. If you've ever seen interviews with him, he ain't so bright. Okay. He went to the UK and attended how dare you, Matt Sagai? He went to the UK and attended that very far right rally led by that one dingbat, what's his name? Tommy Robinson. So we're gonna watch that video. We're gonna watch his video interviewing people in Tommy Robinson's rally because I need you guys to suffer with me. And I need you all to see how insane these people in these far right protests in the UK are, okay? Yeah, it was absolutely a hate march. And oh my God, the guys, the phrenology on these people, I swear to God. I swear to God, okay? You got to see it. I swear, hogs in the United States and the UK are like the same in a lot of ways. Okay, I swear to God. Anyway, you'll see what I mean. We got to watch that. And we also, hello, Sir Bart. Hello, so glad you're here, Sir Bart. We also have some other things to watch. I know Lacroix, but luckily he doesn't talk much in the video. It's just him asking people questions at this rally. So it's mainly us hearing what those lunatics have to say, and we just have to look at Nick Shirley's stupid face. Okay, I couldn't stand listening to him normally either. But anyway, so we'll do that. We also have a bunch of things to talk about and do. So let's get into it, right? Okay. Hilarious, Matt Saigai, right? Hilarious. And you know what, Matt Saigai? That actually might be factually true. There might be some people in there that are very deeply confused or something, but like, I don't give a shit. They're all hateful. Okay. Like, who cares about, by the way, as always, I'm currently eating some pad thai, one of my favorite dishes on the planet. Okay. So just to warn you. Right, Jonas. Right. Okay. Hello, Jonas. So let's get into it, shall we? Let's do some news. Now, there are a lot of news items for us to talk about, so I had to kind of stick to just a few of them that I thought were the most interesting, etc. Yeah, pad thai. Pad thai is delicious. It is so by the way, pad thai, guys, is one of the best dishes on the planet, in my opinion. It's the perfect mix of salty, salty, sour, and sweet. It's supposed to be the triumvirate, the three combined in a perfect combination that just delights the senses, okay? All right, I will gladly shamelessly eat on stream more often, Outer Signal. Okay, so let's go on. Hello, Alyssa. How are you doing, Alyssa? How are you doing, Alyssa? Okay. Oh my God. Oh my, wow. Sorry, excuse me. We already have a troll. I will say, this is funny though. No, cool. No one cares. L stream. Oh, thank you. But Sal, you clearly do care. You took the time to message me. Thank you for that. Okay. Thank you. I mean, by definition, your comment disproves itself. You took the time to come into a random stream and say that. You clearly care. So thank you for caring about my stream. But let's move on. So first thing here. First thing. All right. First thing. That not looking good right now. Not looking good. Okay. Now, I know not all of us are deeply, I agree, Sir Bart, he does. He absolutely has a cognitive impairment. Not all of us, okay, yeah, Lacroix, not all of us are big into economics, okay? Not all of us are big into economics. I am one of those people. I have taken basic economic courses, but A lot of it, I make my eyes glaze over, even though it's very important. Okay. That being said, right now in the United States, the 30-year U.S. Treasury yield has hit its highest level. What does that mean? Okay, what does that mean? Well, that means that interest rates across the country are going up. I'm not going to go into too much detail about all what this means, but interest rates are going up. So the percentage that people have to pay when they get loans and things like that is going up. And and it's the highest it has been in 19 years, I believe is what it says there. Okay. That is a very bad sign. That is a sign that we might be on the verge of a collapse of some sort, some kind of recession, some kind of very bad economic thing. And yeah, so the 30-year US Treasury yield hit 5.2%, its highest level since 2007, rising on worries about persistent price hikes because of the Iran war. Unsustainable government finances and interest hike fears have also sent investors pouring out of treasury bonds. Yields rise when bond prices fall. So this stuff we don't need to like the details. I get it. It's not for everyone, but just know this is a very bad thing. And it's like very rare that it gets this high and then nothing bad happens, okay? The war with Iran has ignited a global energy shock with oil and gas prices at their highest levels, okay? This also, guys, could be a sign that inflation is going to rise up even worse, okay? So, it's just not good. Bonds are sent, okay, So this also means that it's going to be harder for people to buy houses, harder for people to get loans. It's very bad. Okay, it's very bad. And so look at this graphic right here. You can see that it has just been going up and up and up and up and up. Okay. And it's yeah, outer signal. So these are like supposed to be the safest investments in the world, which this is a bad sign. It's a sign, as outer signal says, that there's a lack of confidence in the long-term U.S. economic health, which no shit, right? Obviously. Do we blame people for not having confidence in it? So, okay. Yeah, I know, right, Sir Bart? Now, I will say, Sir Bart, so obviously, guys, hey, if it happens, it happens. What do we expect after all the shit that's gone through, right? I will say this will be bad for the planet, though, right? We actually are seeing we're seeing similar things in Japan and elsewhere in the world. The whole global economy is teetering. And faith in the whole global economy, I mean, except for some places, is not looking good. So obviously, this is not great for the world. Admittedly, though, how do I frame this? It might be okay, it won't feel good for all of us, but it might be good for the planet, though, if America's economy collapses. But anyway, it also might radicalize people. I'm just trying to find the positives here, folks. I'm not trying to be an asshole. You see what I mean? Exactly, Thelonious Dunk. So I'm just saying, I know this is scary and it doesn't look good. At the same time, it might give people a kick in their asses if it does end up falling. Okay, if there is a massive problem, which there already is, but if it gets worse. Do you see what I mean? All right. So just some news there. I honestly, as you can tell, I'm actually don't sound that panicked about this, even though it's a horrible thing. And by the way, it is horrible because if there is an economic collapse or some sort of big problem with the U.S. economy, that will increase rates of death. That will increase rates of addiction. It will have horrible outcomes, right? But honestly, folks, we've known this is going to happen for a while because we're living in a goddamn clown show. There are no adults in charge. And what do we expect? So it's kind of like I'm prepared for it. It's fine, right? Whatever. It'll happen. And, it'll be, whatever. America deserves it. I got to tell you. This pad thai is amazing. Okay. Oh, I know, Jonas, right? By the way, people should boycott the FIFA World Cup. Thank you, Thelonious. Okay, moving on. So that's the first horrible story. Oh, I know, Jonas. We're fucking monsters, Jonas. I'll tell you what. Okay. How dare you, Matt Saga? Okay, so that's a side story. Even though it's like a big story to me, it's a side story. It's it's the inevitable collapse that we all know has been coming forever, right? Okay. Whatever, it's fine. Okay, let's go on, right? Guys, plus I'm a millennial, folks. I'm numb at this point. I am numb to the economic collapses. Okay, I lived through 2008. I lived through Trump. I'm living through Trump. I lived through 9/11. I lived through all that shit, okay? You know what I mean, elevator lady. Like, I'm completely numb to it at this point. It's kind of like, well, like a meteorite could hit the planet tomorrow and I would probably continue eating my pad thai. I'd be sitting on the porch when the explosion hits being like, "Oh, that's nice." Whatever. It's fine. It happens. Okay. meanwhile, meanwhile, right, Thelonious? Meanwhile, guys, hello, Diego. Did I say hello to you? I don't know. Whatever. Hello, Diego. So, next thing here, because why not, right? Why not? At this point, really at this point, I mean, what is there to talk about? There was another shooting yesterday, and it's not funny. I know I'm laughing. It's not funny. But like, what do you expect? Like, what does anyone expect anymore? It's kind of like, is the sky blue? Is the grass green? Yeah, there was a shooting. Okay, well, it's America. What do you expect? It's American as apple pie, right? Okay, so yesterday there was a shooting at a mosque, by the way, and I know all of you will think I'm being anti-Semitic by focusing on this, but there was a shooting at a mosque, and I know it's shocking for you all to hear this, but there is there. Okay, now ready for this? Ready for this? Did you guys know that there is Islamophobia out there and there is violence directed at Muslims? Okay, now I know that's shocking to a lot of people, but like, you know what I mean? Like, I know that's shocking, but if you were to watch the news, you would get the impression that it's only synagogues being attacked all the time and that there's a massive spike in anti-Semitism, which by the way there is, but you would not know much about the massive Islamophobia and shit, okay? So, just to be clear here, can we also perhaps, do something about the rampant Islamophobia, which is much more socially acceptable than anti-Semitism is? Because it seems to be one of the last forms of discrimination and racism, etc., and bias that is still socially acceptable and people don't like talking about it. Okay, except for us. I know we do. Reb Barry, I trust people understand that San Diego. Yes, Druzilla, it's a phrase, Druzilla. American as apple pie is a phrase, by the way, okay? It's not like, it's kind of like saying it's time to shoot fish in a barrel or whatever. It's a phrase, okay? So how dare Druzilla? Redmond Barry, I trust people understand that San Diego County has been a hotbed of reaction extreme. Of course, Redmond Barry, of course. Yeah, but like, I'm just want to be clear here. And I okay. So, the security guard, because by the way, no one is mentioning this. Everyone's talking about how the security guard was a hero. Yeah, he was a hero. Okay, the security guard basically warned people he was a hero in this case. But can anyone notice, why the fuck does a mosque need a security guard? Why are there so many synagogues and mosques and churches and schools and like places that you wouldn't normally think a security guard is necessary that have to have security guards which costs money, by the way? People are willing to spend money on it because of the high risk of like people with guns coming in and shooting up the place, right? We're living in a fucking clown show. Like what? Anyway, so that's good. Okay. Like, I don't even know what to say about this. Can we just stop and no and bad? Okay. I don't know what to say. By the way, if you want to, by the way, let me add another complication to this story. Does anyone know what the ages of the two shooters were? Anyone know what the ages of the two shooters were? Well, someone tell me. Someone tell me in the chat. 17. Yep, 17. What was the other one? Anyone remember? Was it 17 and 18 or was it 17 and 16? I think it was 17 and 18, right? 17 and 18? 16 and 17. Okay. 16 and 17, right? 16. I'm getting a bunch of different numbers. Okay, whatever the case was, they were both teenagers. 17 and 18. Okay, it was 17 and 18. Two children essentially walk up with guns into this mosque, which is like, what? Huh? And they did it as a hate crime to target Muslims. Now that's not shocking, knowing this country, but like, what? Okay, so children, how are these two children able to get guns? I wonder why. Maybe it's because they're everywhere and it's really easy to get guns. Okay. Yeah, exactly, LaCroix. It shouldn't be so easy for minors to get a hold of guns, but no one cares. No one cares. No one cares. I know all of you care. No one else cares. Okay, you know what? Next week there'll be another school that gets machine gunned. Okay. Next school week there'll be another school that gets machine gunned. All right. Whatever. No one will give a shit. But anyway, so that's fun, isn't it? Isn't that funny? Isn't that cute? Hello, Trump failed. How are you doing? Okay. I need another bite of pad thai. I'm frustrated, if you guys can tell. Yeah, in a society that encourages hate towards other groups. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. And by the way, all of our media promotes like vigilantism, going after people you don't like. Okay, anyway. All right. Right, Thelonious. But guns don't kill people. People with access to guns kill people. So guns are used to kill people. I know, right, Thelonious. Now, Paul Squaw, I did not say I want to take your guns, Paul Squaw. Calm down, Paul Squaw, okay? So anyway. All right. Okay. So anyway, that's that. I just wanted to, there's not much to say about this. There just isn't. I'm sick of talking about it. Okay. I'm sick of talking about it. Tanner, you're a moron. Okay, you're a goddamn moron, right? It was a rhetorical question, Tanner. You're right. They probably got it from their parents. Why the fuck was it so easy for them to get it from their parents? Why do so many parents have guns that their kids can get their hands on? Okay. Why weren't the parents being held accountable for not keeping their guns in a safe place? Okay. All right. So anyway, all right, moving on. Okay. Okay, let's go on. All right, let's go on. How dare you? How dare you, LaCroix? You are free to take my guns that I don't have. There you go in your groove. Okay, let's go on, guys. Meanwhile, I have to calm down because my mouth is hurting because of the yelling. I need to be calmer, all right? All right, thank you, Sir Bart. Okay. From the okay. Okay. Yeah, Paul Squaw. Paul Squaw. Paul Squaw. All right. So all right. What was I going to say? Okay. This is the fun shit right here, okay? Internal Pentagon report reveals Hegseth is willfully putting civilians in danger. Okay. So what does this mean? Well, this means that apparently we've noticed how the American empire likes murdering civilians, right? It's just kind of a cute thing we do. Hello, Leelane. It's just kind of a cute little thing we do all the time. Okay, we do. We're constantly murdering civilians. That's good. So, all right. Now, what is funny here is that there was a report that was done, Department of War report, and it turns out that Pete Hegseth has been secretly dismantling the civilian harm mitigation and response efforts. Okay, so basically he has there is the Civilian Protection Center. It's the part of the military that keeps track of civilian deaths, and in theory is supposed in theory is supposed to dismantle or supposed to keep track of civilian deaths and try to ensure they don't happen. Well, Pete Hegseth has secretly defunded that entire department, so now the U.S. military doesn't even keep records of how many civilians it kills or doesn't even try to verify it. All right? And now, obviously, guys, I want to be clear. Does that mean that in the past we cared at all to begin with? No. But at least we had numbers. Okay, at least there was a group that was counting the numbers of civilian deaths. You know what I mean? Like, but he's like not even trying. Okay, he's not even trying. He's just like, oh, fuck it. We don't even need to keep track of these deaths. And I'm all for keeping track of the deaths because at least that'll embarrass the American empire. Yeah, Lacroix, I feel like we should keep records of that kind of stuff. I agree, Lacroix. So, okay. And he also, so when asked about those hospitals and schools, which they said that they were investigating, he said, well, we can't corroborate that. Well, the reason they can't corroborate that is because they're not doing the research or tracking it anymore. So he literally is dismantling the civilian protection part of the Pentagon, and then is acting then is being like, well, I can't share the numbers because we don't have them because of you moron. Okay. Right, no, right. Well, the pair of them in the photo look like they really care about people. Right, of course, they're monsters, so obviously. But like, Hegseth loves war crimes. Quote, yeah, Max, yeah, but guys, this guy needs to be brought to both of these guys need to be brought to The Hague. They need to be put on trial. They need to be found guilty, and then they need to experience justice. Now, I don't think I can say the kind of justice I want them to experience on stream, but you can guess. It would not include living. After a legal process, of course. After a legal process, I am not talking about summary whatevers. Okay, you know what I mean. So that's good. We we're war criminals. I mean, we knew that. We already knew that, but like the war criminality is just great. Isn't it great? Open war criminality, love it. So, all right. By the way, the report focuses on the implementation of the Pentagon's 2022 Civilian Harm Mitigation and Response Action Plan, which is kind of hilarious to begin with. Okay. Or CHMR AP, which was mandated by the department to take full effect by the end of 2025. The Inspector General found serious deficiencies and a chronic failure to meet the timeline for 11 objectives consisting of 133 incomplete implementing actions by the end of the last year. The Inspector General found that the Department Award did not fully implement any of the CHMR/AP objectives. Of course. Okay. That's it. I mean, honestly, this isn't that surprising. But I just wanted to really run home the fact that there are evil people that are in charge of the country, which you guys already knew, all right? So they're purposely trying to cover up war crimes and are actually trying to make it easier to kill civilians. Oh, good, right? Good. Maximum lethality. Love that for us. No problems there. Okay. What else should we add? Well, guys, so what have we talked about so far, right? We have talked about the shooting, which is like, again, the grass is green, the sky is blue. We've talked about how the economy is about to collapse. Yeah, no shit. Okay. Of course, Pete Hegseth is trying to make it easier to kill civilians abroad. Well, okay. Yeah, duh. We could have made that. So this is what I mean is that, like, there's a lot of stories out there, but, like, I get bored. Okay. I get super bored because it's kind of like all deeply predictable and, like, we already know it. Right. And then you go to like the mainstream media and they'll be freaking out about every one of these things and acting like it was they're shocked and chagrined that this could ever have happened. And like literally for all three of these stories, I looked at mainstream media news sources and all three of them were like shocked and chagrined, as always. Every single time, shocked and chagrined. They present it as these things are like an exception to the rule that America is great, right? America's normally great. Of course, there are a few bad things happening right now, but that's unusual. These are little blips, right? These are blips. And I'm sick of it. I'm tired of it. Now, I will say they don't do that for this shooting because they can't anymore. They just don't seem to care anymore. But like all of us here we're not like academics sitting in the ivory tower. We could easily have told them probably about any of these things or predicted that any of these things would have happened, right? Anyway, probably Matt Sai guy, probably did throw a party when he saw the Islamic Center attacked. I will say some of the accounts I read of the Islamic Center attack, they also talked about instead of talking about Islamophobia, they talked about a rise in violence against religious centers, including synagogues and mosques. So even there, you can, they had to remind people that, oh, by the way, this is also about Jewish folks getting attacked. They couldn't just make it about Muslims being attacked. But anyway, so, okay. All right. We got that. Okay, so that's good. Love that. Great for us. Now, let's go on here to I don't know. Should we do this Shingella shit? I don't know. I don't know if I want to talk about Shingella right now. We can maybe come back to it later. Dark times in this country as if it I know exactly, sir. No, seriously, Sir Bart. Dark times in this country as if it hasn't always been like that. Yeah, I know, Sir Bart. Totally. And that's what's annoying me. Is that it's like it's just the same shit every single day that people have been screaming about that we all know about, but then nothing will change. There's no outrage. There's no like thought that maybe there needs to be a major fundamental change in this country. Everyone, all these news sources are talking about the elections. We just have to, we just have to elect the right people. Like I don't. Anyway, okay. I'm tired. I'm tired, folks. Let's put it that way. I'm tired. I'm tired. LaCroix, Muslim people getting murdered has to be about anti-Semitism. Of course, LaCroix. Okay. Oh no, Jonas, you're not right. Okay. So let's go on here. Let's watch something or talk about something. I don't know. Okay. So here we have here we have this, right? Here we have this. Yeah, vote hard enough and you'll save the country. So, all right. Now, what was I gonna say? Oh, you know what? I'll do this first. I do want to do this. I know we have a lot of LGBTQ folks. Well, excuse me, LGBTQ folks in here. All right. So I'm just going to do a public service announcement for the LGBTQ folks. This is for anyone, but this is a particularly hard hitting the LGBTQ community. Okay. That is that there is an outbreak of Shigella, which is what is it, a bacterial disease or is it a parasitic disease? I don't fucking know. A bacterial infection. Okay. It is a bacterial infection and there has been a massive outbreak of Shigella that is antibiotic resistant. Antibiotic resistant, okay? And Shigella typically spreads through water contamination, feces, unwashed hands, and sexual contact. Now, there is a major outbreak of it amongst LGBTQ folks. It's being spread around mainly through sexual contact, okay? I am mentioning this because of a few things, right? A few things here. First of all, please use protection. All right, please use protection. And I got to tell you, I'm going to say this as a member of the gay community, okay? And please don't take this the wrong way. My fellow LGBTQers out there know this. And I'm not just limiting this to LGBTQers. I know that there are some gay folks out there who, okay, well, let me phrase it this way. One of the biggest ways that this is spreading is, well, I can't really talk about it. My point is just be careful, okay? If you do something without protection in a dark room at a club, you should not be shocked if you end up contracting something like Shigella. You see what I mean? Okay? And I'm not I'm saying that because this is not me targeting. There are especially some white gay men who, yeah, Remenberry, exactly. Okay. Uh, there are some white gay men, by the way, and I know them who will do something like this and then who will go and do it with multiple other people before getting tested and then will be all shocked and chagrined when they find out that they have spread it to other people. Okay. So can we please just be careful and remember you also have to look out for others as well. Okay. And this applies to straight people too. I'm just saying right now it is spreading in the LGBTQ community, Shigella, and it is bacteria resistant. I mean, it is it is antibiotic resistant. Okay. So please just be careful. Okay. And no, I hope you guys know, I am not saying that gay people are like hypersexual or like degenerate or something, but there are some practices, not only, but in every community, that allow these things to happen. And we just got to be careful. Okay. We got that. All right. So just be careful because some of the stories in this are of people doing what I said. Okay. Going to a club, you see what I mean. All right. Yeah, no, exactly, Thonius Duncan. This also applies to straight people, but we just, as a community, we have to protect each other, right? For the gay folks out there, okay? All right, does that make sense? But it's okay. Like, okay, guys, I'm not saying don't hook up with strangers. You can go have fun, do what you want. I'm just saying, please be extra considerate. All right. Especially if you are engaging in acts that have the possibility of spreading this, just be careful, especially with people, with if you're going to be doing it with multiple people. Okay. I hate all of you. I hate all of you. Okay. I hate all of you. I hate all of you. I hate all of you. Okay. All of you are good thing. Okay. Shigella is related to Coli. Well thing. Good. Okay. You see what I mean? Okay. I hate all of you. I'm just trying to put out a message there. Okay. Just putting out a message there. Thank you, Laqual. Always get tested before you sleep with a new partner. Okay. Okay. I probably phrased that badly. I'm not demonizing gay people. You know what I mean? All right. I am a gay person. All right. All right. So let's go on, right? Let's go on. Okay. And by the way, guys, I can promise you, once this starts spreading in the straight community, all the media sources will be talking about it. Right now, you have to go to like specialized gay sources like The Advocate to find this information because people think that it's like a natural part of the gay community. Like it's sort of a discriminatory thing. People view gay people as dirty and disease-ridden and hypersexual. It's not true. We're like straight people, but just be aware, okay? All right. So let's go on. Let's go on. All right. Okay. I'm going to take another bite of this before it gets too cold. All right. Look, I lost like 4 people after talking about Shigella. Right, Jonas. Okay, 1 second. Another bite. So, guys, those are gross, Sir Bart. Okay. So, right, Sir Bart, you're such a victim. Okay, so let's watch this. You know why we're going to watch this? This is a video from CNN. It's 8 minutes long. Okay, we'll watch this and then we'll watch the other one, the one about the UK. So this video is 8 minutes long. This is CNN traveling to rural Ohio. Okay, we're not watching it because it's Ohio. We're watching it because I want to hear how bad MAGA people are suffering. Okay. I want to hear how bad MAGA people are suffering. And I want to laugh at them. I'm just being blunt with you. Okay, so this is about, this is CNN traveling to rural Ohio talking to MAGA folks who voted for Trump and are now suffering because of it and are starting to lose faith in Trump. So I am not doing this to, I just want to show you, how do I phrase this? I'm partially doing this because I will have joy in seeing these people getting their just desserts. Okay, I got to tell you that. There you go, Schadenfreude bait. And it will also be, but it is also important. That's my selfish reason. It's also important so that you guys can see how Trump is in fact shooting himself in the foot in some ways. All right. So let's just watch it and let's talk about it together. Now, I hate CNN. I hate most of the things they make. I really do. So it probably won't be the most high quality thing, but let's watch it and let's see if we can learn anything. Okay. And we can also laugh. And I'm probably going to be very rude, just to warn you.
I love Ohio. We'll never let you down. I swear, I promise.
4 days.
They're all heading off to vote.
Yeah. 900 miles.
Question. What was a lie, LaCroix? Okay, question. People from other countries, do you also say that, like the pledge of your national anthem before every game? I'm curious. Is that just in the USA? I know during Olympics they do, but do other countries say the goddamn national anthem? You do, Sir Bart? Okay. Exactly, Thelonious, a fascism. Since Modi, oh, gross, Matt Saga. Okay. No, Drizzle. Okay, I didn't think that Norwegians would do that. Okay. For international games, gotcha. Okay. Interesting. I was just curious. So some places do it, some places don't. Can we just not do it? Can we please just stop doing this little fascist genuflecting whenever we'd have a game? It's like not everything needs to have a violent national anthem, which, by the way, was originally deeply racist because the original national anthem included a line about killing runaway slaves. Can we also please like not do that? Like I just a thought. I am not big into sports. I am not big into sports. All right, Sir Bart. What? Rewind. What? Rewind. What? Rewind what? I am not exactly, Gwen. I am not big into sports, so it's not going to affect me much, but I'm annoyed by proximity, okay? I'm annoyed by even thinking about it happening. So can we just not? Okay, thank you. That's it. Oh, yes, Sir Bart. Yes. Oh, Sir Bart. Yes. Let me, guys, 1 second. Sir Bart, there is a part. Let me, guys, you know what? Real fast. Yes, Sir Bart. There is a part of the national anthem that was originally in it that it was very racist. Let me read it to you. Okay. For those who think I'm making it up, I love these little history notes. Star Spangled. So the original Star Spangled Banner had a line in it. Star Spangled, and we don't sing it anymore, and you'll see why. Okay. Star Spangled Banner. Or we don't like use this part of it. Okay. So let me read to you the original, that original line in it. Okay, here we go. Ready? Okay, here we go, okay. And where is that band who so vauntingly swore? Okay, here we go. Oh. And the stars. Okay, so I'll just read it aloud. So here, this used to be a line in the national anthem, okay? No refuge could save the hiring and slave from the terror or of flight or the gloom of the grave, and the star-spangled banner in triumph doth wave over the land of the free and the home of the brave. So this section right here, guys, which is the third is the third section. We typically sing only the first section. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light? Okay. So that we sing the first one right here. We do not sing the rest. This third one literally contains a line where it is at the time there was a fear that the British attack on the United States would spark slave uprisings. Okay? Slave uprisings, because and that these enslaved people in the South would rise up and run to the British, which they should, and I would recommend I'd be nice if they did. So he added this line: no refuge could save the hiring and slave from the terror of flight or the gloom of the grave. This was a threat. This was a threat. You better not run, because if you do, you'll be running in fear for the rest of your life, or you will experience the gloom of the grave. You get the idea here, okay? So this is a threat. Yeah, okay. God bless America. Anyway, so let's go back to this. Let's go back to the show. Let's go back to the movie, the production. Okay. Yeah, Sir Bart.
I love Ohio. We'll never let you down. I swear. I promise.
Oops.
4 days.
They're all heading off to vote.
Yeah. 900.
Fascism is so funny. Okay. Fair, Paul.
100 miles.
Oh, rightly lame. We cured it in the 70s.
There you go. That's much better.
Red Sox might need a backup catcher.
Okay, this is why I hate CNN. Okay, there's all this laughing and like all this dumb shit. Okay.
And one giant question. Is Donald Trump's mega coalition cracking? Entering Ohio, the Mahoning Valley. Gritty, blue-collar, union, reliably Democratic for decades. No more.
People like this, places like this, are part of how Trump has changed America.
By the way, I'm surprised he's not wearing a hazmat suit. I feel like this is too lowbrow for him. He's a CNN guy, you know. I'm surprised he's not wearing a hazmat suit. This is too many pores. You know what I mean? He probably doesn't want to touch anyone.
Ohio changed from a competitive purple state to a Trump red state because of the magic of his coalition here. But as we head into the midterms, the jobs he promised.
Oh, no. Okay. No. To be clear, the reason. So yes, partially the reason Ohio turned red was because of Trump, but one of the big reasons is that we have been gerrymandered to hell. Literally, there are probably more Democrats in Ohio than there are Republicans, but the Republicans have so thoroughly gerrymandered the state that the Democrats don't get any representation basically. But anyway, but it is also the Trump coalition and the fact that the Democrats have failed over and over again.
Are not here. The revival in American manufacturing he promised is not here.
Chris Anderson is the Mahoning County Democratic chairman. His midterm bet? Enough Trump voters will be part of electing Ohio's first Democratic governor in 15 years, and part of flipping a critical Senate seat.
Also, guys, I don't care about Amy Acton. She's a lib. She's not going to do a damn thing, okay? Have you guys heard about that lady that was elected in that new Democratic governor in, Virginia? That everyone was all like falling all over themselves about? Like, oh my God, she got elected, yay. And she's literally vetoing progressive laws that the legislature is passing. Like, she's trying to veto and water down bills that both Republicans and Democrats have passed to empower unions and stuff. Amy Acton is similar, okay? She's a corpo dem. And you're seeing the exact same thing happen this time where people, Spamberger. She is terrible, okay? So like, just to be clear, now, of course, she's running against Vivek Ramaswamy, so that's not good either, right? But I have no excitement for her, okay? None. I have no excitement for him, and, okay, can we just, can we be like, stop? Do you see what I mean? I just don't.
From red to blue.
They got conned by a con man.
You're the Democrat, so you're supposed to say that. What do you see that tells you that things are different?
Well, I mean, drive around Mahoning County. For 8 years, there were Trump signs on every corner. There were flags. You couldn't go to a grocery store without seeing those red MAGA hats.
In your groove.
I'd challenge you to find one.
It's true, these are hard to find now. Maybe a clue, but hardly enough to answer the is MAGA cracking question. This is Local 1112 United Auto Workers, Lordstown, Ohio.
Okay, so unions, the United Auto Workers Union. There is an issue with American unions, and I will get yelled at for this. I know I will. Maybe not by you guys, but I have a lot of friends that are in unions. I know a lot of people in unions, and we have trouble talking about unions because I piss them off. Because I am not a big fan of American unions. They are deeply in bed with the Democratic Party. Yeah. And I will say, there are lies about, people will say, well, they're all deeply corrupt. That's sort of a right-wing talking point. The issue is that they are corrupt, but they're legally corrupt. So whenever I say that they're corrupt, people are like, that's just a lie, that's fiction. I'm like, no. They're not corrupt in the way that Republicans say they're corrupt. They're corrupt in that they are massively bought off by the Democratic Party, and they're in bed with the Democratic Party, and they are deeply weak. And there's they always support the corpo dem. They always support the corpo dem. Okay. And not all of them. There is one recently that is, and there are some that have ended up supporting people like Bernie Sanders, and people like that. But there is an issue with nepotism. Trump failed. Yeah. Okay. But they don't do enough. And oftentimes, guys, they go after the left. Unions go after the left. Okay. Which drives me insane because they're libs. They're lib unions. All right. Does anyone remember? I can't remember where this happened. A while back, there was a massive union that refused to get on board with Medicare for all, because they said that would weaken their bargaining position because they had already made so many gains and they didn't want to lose all the gains they made with healthcare, because then that would, then it wouldn't look so good that they made all those gains. So they refused to support Medicare for all. That's not looking out for the workers. That's looking out for themselves. Okay. I can't. All right. And now not every union is this way, but the big ones are that way. The very big ones in this country are that way.
Ground zero in the local debate about trusting Trump. General Motors made cars here for 5 decades.
Yeah, no, guys, I'm not joking. I can look it up. Honestly, you shouldn't quote me on anything I say that I can't provide a source, but this happened. Union doesn't universal health care. Here we go. Yeah, why unions oppose single-payer health plans. I'm trying to find here. Ba-ba-da-ba. The practice of concession bargaining. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So you guys can read this article if you want to. This is a really big. Article. I will copy and paste it for you. So the whole point of this, I just read one part of it, is that it's talking about how unions will often oppose single-payer healthcare because it is easier for them to gain wins by increasing employees' healthcare than it is to increase their wages. So one of the big ways that unions recruit people to become involved in the union is by promoting the gains they have made in healthcare through their employer. So if you make single-payer healthcare a universal thing, that suddenly makes it a lot harder for unions because then they won't be able to use increasing benefits as a way to get more members. Does that make sense? So I like things like this make me go crazy. Make me go crazy. Okay. And by the way, not every union is this way, but some of the bigger unions are. And so please don't think I'm saying we should exactly, Paul Squall. Don't think I am saying that you all shouldn't be in unions. You absolutely should be. But some of the union organizations drive me crazy. Okay. All right, let's go on.
Thousands of good union jobs, but the Lordstown plant closed in 2019, despite a first-term Trump promise it would stay open. Foxconn built this new factory on the GM site, but its workforce is non-union, and the factory is mostly idle now as the company decides what's next.
Right,
nearby, another new factory sold as Lordstown's new hope, Altium Cells.
J-Mac, I will not answer that.
A joint EV battery venture between General Motors and South Korea's LG Electronics.
How many guys are working in that factory now?
Right now, all of production is shut down. 1,460 of us, I think there were. We're all laid off in January.
Oh, wow. Shocking. So they thought that Trump was being honest about that? Hilarious.
January 5th, officially.
And you don't know until when?
Absolutely.
Don't know till when.
Absolutely, Paul Squaw. Even with national health. Exactly, Paul Squaw.
Bob Swaggerly.
But I think it reveals more, Paul Squaw. I think it's more to than that. I think it reveals that healthcare companies are very liberal. They can't see outside of their liberal boxes. They refuse to think in any ways outside of their traditional moderate ways of thinking. Okay. And part of it, too, is that they're in bed with the Corpo Dems. So they don't want to support a progressive who's advocating for universal health care.
It's the campaign committee at Local 1112. Everyone here remembers when Trump told them not to sell their homes. And later when he said new jobs
unions,
would replace the GM jobs. The union endorsed Kamala Harris, but a big chunk of its voters voted Trump. And then the UAW endorsed Trump's tariffs.
They were hopeful that they were going to bring more jobs back.
Now, honestly, that's okay. Like, by the way, guys, tariffs originally were a left-wing idea. Historically, tariffs were a left-wing idea. The issue with Trump's tariffs is that he's doing them blanket, and they're not selective, and they're not great. Okay? No. Outer Signal, Lead Lane, and who was the other person? We are not going to bring this up with the person you're mentioning, okay? There are differences of opinions in regards to this in that scenario, which I do not want to play out on stream. Do you understand what I mean? Okay? All right. Why are people against universal? I don't know, Doug, because they're dumb. Okay. All right.
To the United States.
Has that happened?
Not that I'm aware of.
Manufacturing employment is up a bit of late, but down 80,000 jobs overall since Trump returned to the White House. American auto manufacturing down 25,000 jobs in Trump's second term.
So this is, obviously. I mean, how shocking. Wow. So they thought that the promises that Donald Trump was making would be followed through on. And it turns out that, oh, shocking, Donald Trump didn't really bring jobs. Okay, by the way, manufacturing is dead in this country. I'm sorry. It's not going to come back in anytime soon. If it's not going to come back anytime soon if we continue down this capitalist path, okay, that we're on. It could come back if we have like the government that create things, like a government creates factories or some shit, but it's not going to happen through the free market. And this, so like this attempt to make it America a manufacturing hub again ain't going to happen. It's sort of hilarious to me that anyone thought that Trump would be able to bring back all the manufacturing that's left. Well, as long as companies are, the government is beholden to companies, and companies are private autocratic dictatorships, okay, they can do whatever the fuck they want, and they're never going to do what's best for people. They're only going to do what's best for the bottom line. Anyway.
You believe in 2026 the Democrats can actually win statewide for the Senate and win statewide for governor.
To be clear, folks, to be clear, I don't even want to say this shit out loud. Okay. She very much supports universal health care. Okay. Very much supports universal health care. I can't talk about this.
In Ohio. Yes.
Mark Skenesny served overseas in Kosovo, Iraq, and Afghanistan, was drawn to the Tea Party and then Trump after leaving the Army.
I let myself, I don't want to say get radicalized or anything, but I was very right-wing.
Skenesny had a change of heart in 2020, calls himself an independent, and is backing
oh God, he's an independent.
Democrats this year because he now views Trump and MAGA as dangerous to democracy.
I've talked to a lot of people whose views are changing, even in my own family. So
yeah.
I am hopeful that that is starting to fracture.
So I don't give a shit. I'm sorry. Literally, the cornerstone of Trump's campaign was racism. Like, I'm sorry, he hasn't changed. He's just upset that I don't believe this. I don't believe you can become de-radicalized from being a vicious racist like that to just suddenly not. Like, I don't know what. Okay, well, whatever.
Yet Skenesny concedes many Trump supporter friends will not budge.
And it's a lot harder. It's a lot harder than what I thought.
Most of Ohio is rural, and rural America is Trump country. But rural also means you drive a lot. High gas prices hurt. Farms dot the rolling hills of Albany in southeast Ohio. This one is unique.
The chickens are your supervisors?
Yeah.
400 or so sheep on 100 grassy acres.
Jesus.
Lambing season. These sheep are pregnant. 200 to 250 more little lambs. Do any
Oh, little lambs. Sorry, I'm not talking. I'm trying to let my tooth calm down. Forgive me. Just listen, okay?
day.
Up. Stay, Tilly. Stay. Stay.
Bill Krusling doesn't need much diesel or any fertilizer, so he's shielded from the Iran war cost spikes hitting many other farmers. He does okay, but is saddled by huge medical debts. His biggest complaints about Washington are corruption and deficit spending.
Trump promised to change the healthcare system, and he hasn't.
I'm sorry. I feel no sympathy. Who the fuck would have possibly believed Donald J. Trump, the multiple bankrupt man? Okay. That's possible, Outer Signal. That's possible. Okay. Like that is possible, Outer Signal. That's fair, Outer Signal. I am being overly harsh here. The issue, though, Outer Signal, is like that. The fact that they were willing to ignore the racist part of Trump's campaign is a big problem, whether they were racist or not, right? The fact that they're able to be like, well, I only care about the economic shit. I don't care about Trump screaming about immigrants and things like that is a problem to me, right? It's almost like they only care about things that affect them directly, but I understand you, yes. Blah, people living in a country with a criminally under, absolutely. And we have to be clear here. Yes, a lot of these folks don't have much education. They're impoverished and stuff. Okay. But yeah, okay. I've grown, weirdly enough, guys, I've grown more and more less merciful to these people over time. When you guys know, when I started streaming, I was more like, okay, we need to understand why they feel this way and try to get where it comes from. But like, I'm losing patience. I have been losing goddamn patience, okay, with this, because there's only so much. Okay, well.
He promised to reduce the debt, and he hasn't.
Bremen Barry, what do you mean we want their votes? What do you mean we want their votes? Okay. They're never going to vote for the left. What do you mean? At least I don't think, well, they might. I don't know. But, okay.
It takes time. He had 4 years, but he was new to Washington. I don't blame Trump. I blame the Congress.
Okay.
Where am I riding?
Right here.
I'm going to take the dog seat?
Yeah, she's coming no matter what.
Yeah.
Krusling says no politician understands this life, and he's mad at both parties for not solving problems. But he will
see. But like, here's the thing. I agree with so much of this stuff. Like, yeah, most of them have a good idea. They understand that both parties are corrupt and shit. Okay. No, you're right, LaQual. That's why I pulled back on that. Some of them would vote left wing, right? And we need to reach out to these people. Okay. But like I don't know, guys. I'm not going to be merciful. I'm sorry. I'm not going to be like nice to them while I'm talking about them. Okay. There aren't any Trumpists in here watching me. It's not like I'm hurting the cause by talking badly about them because they're morons. And I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't speak that way. I'm supposed to be, not be dividing the working class, et cetera, et cetera. But they're morons, they're racist pieces of shit, and they're Nazis. And they're at least, very least fascist, enabling or fascist directly. I'm not going to be nice about it on stream, okay? I can't stand a lot of these folks, okay? Because all I see when I see them is some child in a detention center waiting to be deported, okay? All right.
vote Republican in November because he's conservative and because he loves Trump, for the very reason so many people can't stand Trump.
He seems to like the fights.
Oh, he loves a fight.
Oh.
He loves a fight. And that's great. So I voted for him. This world's got way.
Okay, again, guys, I'm actually shocked that I'm getting pushback for talking badly about these people, because I'm not saying they're not redeemable. I've even said, guys, have I been clear before about how one of the biggest ways to stop Trumpism is to have massive reforms in this country and to bribe the right wing, literally give them shit, improve their livelihoods, and suddenly they might not feel so inclined to focus on the racism as much. So that is what I think policy should be, but I am going to bash them, to be clear. Okay?
Too many pearl clutchers. It's like, come on, people, give me a break.
Back on the road, heading south, Portsmouth is in Scioto County, along the Ohio River across from Kentucky. Trump won 74% here last time. Dale King was already wavering on Trump. The Iran war, the last straw. King opened his Portsmouth gym 16 years ago after returning home from 2 tours in Iraq.
It's crazy because that's
right.
like...
I'm in a bad mood, Adder, forgive me. My mouth hurts. Okay, whatever.
It's 20 years ago.
His office is full of military mementos, and showing it to a visitor stirs emotion.
Like, it's weird. I don't know. 20 years, and then we're dealing with Iran. So it's like, what the is... It's just it's a unique timing thing. Guys are trying to navigate their own healing journey, and now it's like, okay, it's scratching that scab again.
King voted for Trump in 2016, again in 2024, but he's voting for Democrats in 2026 because he believes the country needs to send Trump a midterm message.
I am pro-military, and we have a strong need to protect this country. I know there are threats, and I know there are enemies that want to see the downfall of this country. But you can't be flippant about war. You cannot.
Conversations with friends here and fellow veterans across the country convince him big change is coming.
The shine's kind of coming off the Trump presidency. Really kind of see through the true core of who he is versus what he campaigned on.
Now, literally, though, guys, I don't know what this is. Who are they interviewing? Because honestly, I almost never see people that speak this way. Okay, like who are they doing? Selective interviewing? Did they find people who don't like Trump to interview, or is this like did they just randomly choose people? If they found people in advance, then how do we know that this is how a lot of the MAGA people feel? Okay.
John, what other issues besides the war do Democrats think could help them in Ohio?
Anderson, as you saw at the top of the piece, and here's the map from 2024. Look, Donald Trump won 81 of 88 counties. 81 of
Absolutely, Jonas. And those guys should be against the military too. I didn't comment on that, Jonas, but yes.
88 in Ohio. So be skeptical about the
Redmond Berry, you're frustrating me, Redmond Berry. I love you, Redmond Berry. But did I ever say that everyone to my right is a Nazi? There are a lot of people to my right, okay? I'm very far to the left. I am very far to the left, almost as far as one could go, probably. So, yeah, I'm not saying everyone to my right is a Nazi. How is me saying that MAGA people are fascists or fascist enablers? Okay. How do I say that fascist people are fascist enablers? Or I'm sorry. How are MAGA people not fascist enablers or fascists? Okay, because they are. Okay. Lacroix, oh my God. Stop apologizing, Lacroix. Stop apologizing. I hate you all. Okay, I hate you all. I'm mad at you now, Lacroix, for apologizing. You don't have to apologize to me for critiquing me. I hate all of you. I'm just in a bad mood, okay? God damn it, okay? Paul Squall, Sam is to my right, but I don't call him a Nazi. Oh, well, thanks, I guess, Paul Squall, okay? All right, I hate you all.
Democratic chances. But the war in Iran may be taking some people like Dale King away. The manufacturing jobs the president promised, there are some, but there's no big renaissance like he promised. But you see the 81 of 88. This is the map Democrats think.
Damn right, Lacroix, you better apologize for apologizing.
Gives them hope, Anderson. Half of the counties in Ohio, more than half of them, your costs, the cost of your energy, the cost of your housing, the cost of your groceries are running ahead of your wages. So of the 88 counties, more than half. That's what the Democrats think, not just in Ohio, but across the country. But the fact that this state is in play after 10 years of being out of play, just that in and of itself tells you this is a very different midterm year.
Okay, you see, again, they're focusing on the midterms. All right, so that wasn't literally as interesting as I thought it would be. Whatever, okay, I hate it. I hate it. What's this? Oh, guys, look who's talking. Look who's talking. Of course, Paul Squat. Look who's talking. This is J.D. Vance. This is J.D. Vance. Yay.
From it. So,
everyone hide your couches.
So we're going to keep that work up. The President of the United States has been very clear that he
we're not
wants
going to watch
us
this
to
long.
Focus on fraud. He wants us to prosecute the fraudsters, and he wants us to save the American people as much money as we possibly can. So we're going to keep at it. We're very proud of that work, and importantly, very proud of the team who've done an incredible job.
Disgusting Trump
And then
fail.
finally, just to give an update on the Iran negotiation, the Iran situation, I just talked to the president very briefly before I came out here. It's actually a very simple proposition here. There are two options, two pathways we can go down when it comes to the Iran situation.
Okay, fuck it. I don't care. All right, let's go on. All right, you guys, let's watch something else, shall we? Let's go on here. Ooh, let's go on. Ugh. I'm going to sit down. I'm sorry, Drusilla. Please apologize to your couch for me. I hope I'm not bringing up trauma. Maybe I'm going to sit down because I'm a lazy fuck. Give me a second. Oh, my God. Ugh. There we go, folks. There we go. Now we're going. Now we're going. Okay. Really? I'm sorry, Mayflower Kid. All right. Okay, so... All right. All right. Let's go on here. So this is what was I going to say here? Okay. So let's watch something else. You know what? We'll do the Russian Civil War thing here in a second. I would like to watch this.
They've imported hostile.
Okay. This is Nick Shirley. Now, oh, I know John Curtis, right? Absolute hypocrisy. This is it was John Shirley, who again is, how do I frame this in a way that isn't ableist? Isn't the brightest bulb in the bunch. How do I frame this? I don't know. He's not. He has one too many screws missing. You see what I mean? Like, there's something wrong with him that I don't really want to talk about. But all you have to do, all you got to do, Dolly Boy, 160 streams. Great job. He ain't all there. There we go. That's the way of putting it. All right. If he was overweight, his mother would say he's big boned. Do you see what I mean? Okay. Dolly Boy says, woo, another CR stream to distract me from the fact that I had to call in sick for work since I was up all night throwing up and other things. And my boss, when I phoned in sick, said, I'm double your age and I don't get many sicknesses and bugs, as if she isn't in the office all day and not interacting with customers. Oh my God, Dolly Boy, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. That really sucks. Okay, I'm really sorry for that. Ugh, terrible. Okay, so let's see. Nick Shirley yesterday went to that rally of like stupid people in London that were like extremely racist and like anti-immigrant and shit like that. Okay. And I thought it'd be fun to show you the kind of folks in the UK that are far right-wing, crazy, anti-immigrant, racist lunatics, because they're very similar to the Americans. Okay. Because, dear God. So I watched a little bit of it, but let's just see what we have waiting for us here. Because I always love watching this show. Yes, this is International Hog Time. I'm sorry, Louise. I'm sorry. We have to do it, Louise. We have to do it. We're going to have to pull off the bandage, okay? Yank it right off. So let's see what they say. To be clear, though, guys, you know, as always, like a lot of people in the UK are not this way, okay? This is just a problem that we see developing in a lot of countries.
Violent men into our communities, and then they've tried to smear us as racists or extremists for wanting protection of our women.
This is the revolt. This is the peasants revolting.
I'm already losing my mind.
He needs to stop branding hard-working Brits as for far right. We just want to be heard, and he's ignoring us.
At the end of the day, do you think a civil war is inevitable?
Sorry. I want to say very rude things.
Well, yeah, it's been going on for years. I don't recognise my country no more.
Keir Starmer is like an actual traitor.
Today we're here in the streets of London. We have the Big Ben right behind us here today, and today it's set to be one of the biggest.
Did he say the Big Ben? We have the Big Ben. Isn't it just Big Ben? We got Big Ben behind. Why do you have to emphasize with the Big Ben? Whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm just, okay.
Marches in the history of the United Kingdom. Hundreds of thousands of people are set to come in from all across the United Kingdom.
Paul Squaw, I wasn't laughing at his tattoos. I was not laughing at his tattoos. How dare you, Paul Squaw?
Kingdom to come into the streets of London today. Right now, over 4,000.
I was actually mainly laughing at the cross around his neck, which I thought was very funny. But anyway.
Police officers have been employed into London, and they're using new facial recognition cameras to track who comes in and out of the protest. That is something that has never happened before.
Okay, I wonder how Palestinian protesters feel.
All of the major...
Because they get monitored too. He's making it seem like they're just targeting the far-right people.
Stations like King's Cross, they have new cameras that have facial recognition, and they're tracking quite literally everyone that comes into this protest. And they have even banned journalists from entering into the United Kingdom to cover this event.
Okay, he is such a lying piece of shit. Lying piece of shit. So... there are not journalists being banned to be prevented from coming for the protest. The UK isn't allowing in racist far-right lunatics into the country who want to report on it. They're like people that are trying to come in to stoke up tension and shit that the UK isn't allowing into the country. And he's painting it as they're stopping journalists. No, they're not. Okay, no, they're not. And by the way, based. Good for the UK. Don't let the right-wing lunatics in. Okay. Yeah, his source on that is that he made it the fuck up.
Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, has been outspoken against those that are attending this march, saying that this march is led by convicted thugs and people that are spreading division.
Tommy Robinson is literally a convicted thug. I don't know what else you want me to say. Tommy Robinson has a bunch of convictions for a variety of crimes, like assault and things like that. He is absolutely convicted, and I would definitely call him a thug because he is a thug. So yeah, he is a convicted thug. I don't know what. That's just an observation of fact, okay? And he's white. It's not like the word thug in this case is being used as like a racial pejorative. It's just a fact, okay? This guy's a thug. Okay. Yeah, he's a Nazi. That's for sure. All right. Yeah, no, I know, Sir Bart. I should stop nitpicking him. I want to see what the right-wing lunatics have to say.
Hate here inside the United Kingdom. He called it racist, actually.
Tomorrow's march in London is a reminder of what we're up against in the battle of our values. The organisers, including convicted thugs and racists, are peddling hatred and division. Plain and simple.
Oh my God, where's the Riz? Where's the Riz?
Today we're going to be speaking with everyone here in the streets of London to see what's going on and what they have to say about what they are fighting for, as this is called the Unite the West March here in the streets of London. How do you guys feel about what your Prime Minister said about those that attend this march today?
He's a disgrace. He's an absolute disgrace. So he is. I'm not far right. Don't have a criminal record. I'm a pensioner. I fear for my grandchildren.
And what do you fear for your grandchildren?
Because of all the illegal immigrants that's coming here and they're getting everything going.
Oh my God.
I have 2 sons, can't even get on the property market.
And why do you think Keir Starmer would call people like you racist for attending this march?
Because he's frightened. He's frightened. He's on his way out anyway, and the sooner the better.
Your message to Keir Starmer?
Resign for the country's good, you tyrant.
He's calling you guys...
I'm sorry, what did he just say? Would someone tell me? I'm not trying to be Anglophobic here, but his accent sounded like he was hitting the head one too many times with a brick. What did he say? No, I don't mean like the English accent overall, but his voice especially. I could not understand that. Okay, you know what? I'm going to go back a bit.
And what do you fear for your grandchildren?
Because of all the illegal immigrants that's coming here and they're getting everything going. I have 2 sons, can't even get on the property market.
And why do you think Keir Starmer would call people
like
you racist? Your message to Keir Starmer?
Resign for the country's good, you tyrant.
He's calling you guys racist for being out here today.
Okay, whatever. Resign, whatever, for the country.
He's full of shit, as we all know.
Yeah. Now we've made it here to the start of the march. You can hear the chants already. Everyone is yelling, Keir Starmer is a wanker. Look at this, thousands of people in the streets right now, all chanting, Keir Starmer is a wanker. We have Keir Starmer on top of a... right now.
How you doing?
How are you doing? Keir Starmer on top of a...
On top of a what? I'm sorry. Do we know what they're saying here? On top of a horse? On top of a what? I know they're covering it up, but I literally don't know what he means.
Do you feel like this is the Great Britain you grew up in?
No. Do you think...
This is hilarious to me. This is hilarious to me, guys. This sign says that Keir Starmer is the greatest threat to Britain since the Nazis were bombing Britain. What are we fucking talking about? Okay, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, I am not a fan of Keir Starmer, but holy shit. Okay, oh my God. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, that is a bit of an exaggeration. Let's put it that way.
It's a Great Britain we grew up in. No, not so great now.
We're an embarrassment to the world, what this government's doing.
What do you guys think about Keir Starmer blocking journalists from coming into the United Kingdom?
It's disgusting, isn't it? Yeah, it's only for one thing, because they say things you don't like. You say things Keir Starmer don't like, he likes to block you. I'm surprised.
Oh my God, they're just like the American right wing. Like, they say that they're being canceled and shit.
You managed to sneak through, to be fair, mate. I've just been watching you in Cuba.
I'm a bit surprised as well that they let me in.
I don't know, you managed to sneak through.
And how come you think here they're attacking freedom of speech?
Well, I know why. It's because they've got their own narrative, haven't they? I mean, I don't go all into it, but it all stems from after the war. They started implementing all these systems of anti-racism, and it just come to a point now where white man's not listened to. It's not about what
white man's not listened to. Okay, Jesus Christ, they're all the same. We might not watch the whole thing, guys. This is like kind of boring to me. It's kind of like we just hear the same shit here in the U.S. Whatever. Really, Jonas? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I have people in the you have people in the office that are just like that. I'm so sorry, Jonas.
Black or white, but native people are just not listened to in the country anymore, and it's just
native people. That's so funny. He does know that there were massive migrations into the UK. He might be of Norman descent. He might be, Saxon descent. We don't know. This is, it doesn't matter. Fuck it. I don't even care to talk about that. It was just stupid. Whatever.
Put it this way, there's a Sikh guy stabbed a white kid the other day, and the police arrested the white kid because the Sikh guy said he said something racist. They handcuffed him. He sat on the floor, bled out, and died a couple of days ago. Somebody Novak, his name is, young college kid. Look it up, mate.
And what brings you...
I'm guessing this is all bullshit.
You guys out here today?
Wow, you know what it's like, mate. It's tyranny in this country, absolute diabolical. They're against us English.
Future, my friend. You can't keep pouring one country into this one, expecting it's going to turn out. They've got different cultures, different ideologies, and different ways of living.
Okay, I'm just like, what? All right. The implication here, folks, is that they don't view people coming in here as humans that are the same as they are, right? They're not real humans. Because if they viewed them as actual humans, they would understand that, like, the culture, the background doesn't necessarily make them different than you. They're still human. Okay.
We want to keep our culture. I've got a granddaughter. When in 30 years' time, when she grows up, I want her to recognise the England I was born in. And if we keep pouring into this country, there's going to be nothing left.
In what ways is the England that you grew up in different than the England that your grandchildren are growing up in?
Because we keep pouring in these different cultures, these different religions into this country. And we've seen how the Islam goes. You spread Islam across the world, you spread Islam across Europe. It destroys everything on its path, on its way.
Destroys everything? What the fuck does that... What does that mean? What do you mean Islam destroys everything? We do know that Islam is like the second largest religion in the world. And like there are billions of Islamic people. They're not like destroyed. Like what does this mean? It destroys everything. I literally don't understand this. Like he means destroys like... white supremacy? Like, what does he mean? Like, I'm literally, what is the direct thing? Like, what is it destroying, quote unquote? By the way, we could talk about what happened when Christianity spread places, but, you know, I wouldn't dare go that route. But, like, okay, you know.
I've got nothing against refugees coming in, as long as they're vetted. And we understand who they are and what they are. Come and respect our culture. Come and respect our people. That's all we ask.
And Keir Starmer has called the organizers of the event thugs and racist and has said that you guys are pushing division and hate here inside the country.
No, he said it's led by thugs and racist. Fucking Nick Shirley.
Keir Starmer shouldn't even be there. He's hanging on by a thread, and he knows he is. It's his last chance for his last chance to stand against us people. He's been calling us far-right fascists and Nazis. Can you see any far-right fascists and Nazis around here?
Oh, sweetheart, you don't want to ask us that question. Right, folks? He's like, wait, do you guys see, right? Do you see any far-right fascists or Nazis around here? Yeah, you really don't want to ask us that question because that's all we see around you are a bunch of fascists, okay? Hilarious. I am curious what he thinks they look like. Does he imagine, like, jackboots wearing, you know, yeah, like, okay. Yeah, it's not like Where's Wally?
Yeah, I see grandparents, I see parents, I see soldiers, I see everyone up. It's my
That's funny that, you know, fascists are parents, grandparents, and soldiers. What do you mean?
Grandson. We're not far right, we're not fascists, we're not Nazis, we're just people who want a future for this country, and that's all we're after.
And do you think you'll ever get to the point here where people...
Look at this! They're dressed like knights. They're dressed like knights. What are we doing? This is hilarious. Do they... Oh my goodness. Okay. Who would ever want to live in the Middle Ages? Like, I don't care. This, okay.
Have to actually defend the country.
They're LARPing.
And bear up arms.
Yeah, because nobody's listening to anybody. They're just doing what they want to do. They're not asking us what we want.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm all right. I'm here for the love of Christ.
I'm here for the love of Christ. Good.
Has officially begun.
Look, Dolly Boy, it's your people. Look, Dolly Boy, your people are there. Oh, that's a nice, those are nice bagpipes. That's silver, and then they have blackwood. That kind of reminds me of my bagpipes.
Tommy is right behind us now, leading the march. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people.
Honestly, he's not even that good at playing the bagpipes.
We're out here in the streets of London. Here we go.
Oh, let me pray for you quickly. Heavenly Father, thank you for this man. Thank you for everything you've done. Thank you for blessing him and keeping him and continue to bless him and cover him in all ways. In Jesus' precious name, amen.
Amen. There we go. People in the streets of Britain praying for me.
What?
Oh my God! Take your photo.
I know, Jazz.
Come here, quick. Yes.
Honestly, Jonas, I couldn't tell if she was. Listen, though, I couldn't tell if she was actually there to be pro-protest or she was just praying for everyone there as sort of a mercy type thing. I'm literally curious about what that means. I didn't really hear if she was pro the protest or not.
Ma'am, they are calling people like you a racist for being out here today.
I was an NHS worker. I worked for the NHS. I was a medical emergency nursing assistant. I lost my job for showing a post from the government website how much asylum seekers get when they come to the UK. I was sacked for gross misconduct straight away. Never had a complaint about me ever in my life. So I'm here to support my nurses.
So you've been attacked by the government for speaking out against mass immigration?
Yes, I was a NHS nursing assistant. I was a medical emergency, and I lost my job through freedom to speak, and I'm going to be here. I want to...
Did you hear that? She lost her job through what? Freedom of speech, she says. What did she say? Do we think she used the N-word maybe? Or like used the P word for the UK people? You know what that word is? Do we feel like that's how? Yeah, she probably called a patient a slur, right? I would bet she probably called a patient a slur, or she made some very racist or horrible remark. I can't say it, J-Mac. I'm not going to say the P word, but the people in the UK here know it. She shared a bullshit report. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's probably it then. There's something that she isn't saying. Yeah. What do you mean she shared a bullshit report? She claimed it was because she showed how much asylum seekers were receiving. Oh, okay. So she didn't actually use a bad word. Well, she didn't publicly. Maybe she did. I don't know. But she was just spreading racist lies and shit. Got you.
Show freedom to speak in the UK, and we're going to show it today.
So you have the march coming from right here, and then you have a whole nother group of people, a whole nother sea of people meeting up right here. Very well, could be 1 million plus people here in the streets of London today. You have the police on the outskirts of the march, and check this out. They have these cameras right here, surveilling each and every single one of the protesters. See those?
Did he just have a brain fart? Why did he's like, they're surveying each and every one of the protesters? What?
Cameras right there. They use those to survey the people, and then they have the body cameras as well. They have those cameras right there for any evidence, for any footage that they may need. Mass surveillance here in the streets.
Is this his? Does he have the? Look at this guy. This is his bodyguard in the background. Hilarious. This guy is absolutely jacked, but looks way too self-serious.
Of the United Kingdom.
I know. Oh my God, that's such bad bagpipe playing. Jesus Christ.
Your sign says
Nick Shirley!
Oh, hello.
Oh, they love Nick Shirley. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, the UKers out there. Sorry we created him.
Hello, Nick Shirley.
Nice to meet you. Your sign says, we did not vote for open borders, digital ID, higher taxes, two-tier policing, loss of free speech, pedophiles in politics, higher cost of living, Starmer out, restore Britain. Yeah. What's your message to Keir Starmer today?
Keir Starmer's a wanker.
Come on. I'm sorry, guys. Can we, like... Why do they always use the word wanker? Is that the only word they have? I know, but is that the only word? Can they be creative with their insults? Like, all I keep hearing is people saying, Keir Starmer's a wanker. Keir Starmer's a wanker. Keir Starmer's a wanker. Like, it's kind of like an infantile insult. Isn't it in the UK? Like, that's kind of like what an elementary school kid says. Johnny's a wanker. Like, you just saying that, like, come up with a better insult. These people need to come up with better insults. It's just boring. Like, it'd be more interesting if we had some variety in the Starmer insults we're hearing. You see what I mean? Like, it's be creative, okay? Like, I don't know. Like, do something better. Anyway, Sir Bart. Yeah, I know. It sounds like something a wanker would gripe about. How dare you, Paul Squaw? That's fair. But I mean, like, these are the bottom of the. I know, but like, can we be more? I just wish they were, because I know, guys. I love UK humor. There are some good insults in the UK. These folks, obviously, bottom of the barrel, can't think of something more creative. But, like, you don't just have to use the word wanker for everything. Okay, that's my point. Okay, I know. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be rude by doing the British accent. It's not a very good accent. Whatever. I respect the UKers out there, okay?
In the mandate is backtracked on, is added things in that wasn't mandated, like digital ID. It doesn't listen to the British public. He's just had a landslide vote and he still is ignorant.
He needs to go.
He needs to stop branding hard-working Brits as far right. We just want to be heard and he's ignoring us.
How do you feel about the mass surveillance here of your government?
I feel like if you can...
She just admitted that she's far right, though, because she's like, we're not far. I mean, the far right, not far right. We just want to be heard. You mean the far right wants to be heard because you're the far right? Okay.
Do that to your own people. Why can't you monitor more closely the people you're letting in who are abusing our women and children, who are taking taxpayers' money, who are...
No, you're totally right, Fetty. Yeah, you're right, Paul Scott. They're mad labor isn't racist enough. Fetty says they're like MAGA, hurling the same insults over and over because they live in an information silo. You're so right, Fetty. They're like, this is like so much like MAGA.
Living better lives than the people who are working really hard in this country, who live here, who are proud of where we are. We don't oppose immigration.
I know Outer Signal. He's way over scapegoated, that's for sure.
We want to have them prioritised above us. We're losing our culture and identity. It's not fair. We've had enough.
And why do you think Keir Starmer and your politicians are calling people out here racist, saying this is pushing division here inside the United Kingdom?
Are they singing? What is that?
I knew the answer to that question, but I really don't. I ask myself this all the time. All I know is he's not serving the British public, and these numbers prove it.
The march continues to get bigger and bigger. Right now, we're at Trafalgar Square. It's completely filled, and all the way down to Parliament.
Oh, is this Trafalgar Square? Is this Trafalgar Square? This looks like Trafalgar Square. I think this is Nelson's monument or Wellington's monument, Nelson's monument. I can't remember, but I think this is Trafalgar
Square is completely filled as well. We're gonna go interview Tommy in just a moment, but I want to tell you guys about the sponsor of this video, and that is Opus Clip. What used to just be an AI clipper.
Oh, here we go. Here's the ad. Okay, we'll watch a little bit more.
Give Opus a try. It is well worth it. And now,
yeah, here's the grift. We got it.
Says that the public are ready.
There he is, guys. There he is.
Box with Donald Trump. We're having ours right now on the street.
The entire streets of Whitehall all the way to Trafalgar are full of people. And what does this say about the current state of the United Kingdom? What do the Brit and people want?
It says that the public are ready. We're ready, right? We've been asleep for too long.
Ready for what?
We're ready to fight for our country.
Notice the swagger he has. He's like, look at me. He's like, I'm not a thug. Look at me. I want to beat people up. He's very much, I can't stand him. He's so stupid. I hate him.
We're ready. And what you're witnessing now is a formation and an organisation. We're going to spread this through every town and city, and we're getting ready for the Battle of Britain in 2029. Our next election is the most important election in this country's history, because the enemy are no longer invading on the borders where they are.
I don't know, but it's hilarious to me, Gwen. It is. Where's the Irish flag?
The enemy's here. They're here. They're here. And
wait a minute, is that an Iranian flag? Is that an Iranian flag?
Betrayed the people
wait a minute.
of Great Britain.
They've tried to replace us, just like they did in Minnesota.
Yes! Oh my God, this is hilarious. This is funny. Look at the flag right back here. Do we see this flag right back here? That is a Persian flag. That is a we want to return to the Shah ruling Iran flag. So even here you have these people at this far right rally. You have supporters of the Iranian Shah. Okay, isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting that in a crowd of people who hate immigrants, you have the supporters of the Iranian Shah trying to promote, overthrowing the Iranian regime and going back to a dictator or going back to a like the Shah. I just think that's so funny to me. That's very revealing, isn't it? That shows where their loyalties lie or what they care about, right? They don't care about Iran. They don't care about Iran at all. Okay, they care about their own power and putting back that monster into power in Iran. Anyway, is that what they're marching for? Is they're upset that Keir Starmer hasn't sent troops into Iran or some shit?
Why do you think Somalia is the hottest place in the world, yeah? They're living in Minnesota. They didn't choose there. They were put there. They were put there. So think what they've done there and think of what you exposed.
What have they done there? They've introduced a lot of good food. I don't know what he means.
And think that they all knew.
Some of our best politicians are Somalis.
It was happening, but they turned a blind eye. Well, they turned a blind eye to them raping their way through our country because they're importing voters. They're replacing us. They have.
Oh, great replacement theory. Oh my God, guys, this is exactly the same as Americans. We're not going to watch this any longer. This is dumb at this point. Okay, 2 more minutes and then we'll stop. This just sounds like an American far-right rally.
6, 7 kids, we don't. They're bringing people in to replace us that are loyal to them, that want to be dependent on the state. But we don't. The far left have had their revolution, yeah? They've had it.
Oh, have they? For the people in the UK out there, do you feel that you've had your far left revolution yet? Hilarious. Oh my God, I wish I could look at Tommy Robinson and say, we've already had our revolution. Alas, Tommy Robinson wouldn't be there anymore if we had. All right? You wouldn't be able to say that if we'd had our revolution. Okay? Right? I miss the days when people like this used fear for the lives. And I know, right? Okay, we're going to stop there. Yep, Gwen. Okay. Oh, totally, Cody. So, now, what's her face? No, I'm sorry. What's his face? Shit. I was going to say something. I completely lost my train of thought in regards to Charlie Kirk. You know what? Moving on. Louise sent us something, she said, so I'm going to see what she just sent us. Can we? Oh, here we go. Let's watch this real fast. So this is immigration makes Britain brilliant. So let's see what this is. Immigration makes Britain brilliant. Oh, that is cute. Oh, yeah, I heard Trump failed. I totally heard Trump failed. Oh, wow, they're going to vandalize it. Look at it. He can't even figure out how to stop it. Hilarious. That's good. Police are trying to turn it off, I think. Oh, that was good. Stay hydrated. Oh, this is so British. I'm sorry. They're like trying to be nice and polite. Like, oh, stay hydrated, by the way. Okay. Totally, Gwen. All right, that was cute. All right, that was adorable. Thank you. Thank you. That helped cheer me up a little bit. All right. They're totally getting angry. That's for sure. Okay. Yeah, that was great. That was great. What is it? Rage baiting. I love that. Okay. I love the rage baiting. Okay, guys. Let's do our little presentation now. We've waited long enough. I'm going to do a presentation. I'm going to pee first, obviously, because, you know, I have very small bladder. Okay, 1 second. All right. So, guys. We this week, or I don't know, over the next couple of weeks, I'm going to do a few presentations on the Russian Revolution. I've had multiple people ask me to present about the Russian Revolution, so we're going to talk about it, and I'm not going to do it all at once because we would be here forever. There's a lot to talk about, so I'm going to try and break it into a few parts here, some short sections. Today, we are going to talk about the 1905 revolution, sort of the lead up to the Russian Revolution, to the other the 1917 revolution, okay? And give you a general background, and then the next time we'll talk about the next revolution. Now, I am not going to be talking at you this whole time because my mouth will hurt. So, excuse me. So I'm actually have a video for us to watch about it that'll be entertaining. I'm going to give you some overall details. Then we'll go through the video, watch it together, and it'll be it's an oversimplified video to make it kind of fun. All right, you know, kind of fun. And of course I'll make comments during it. But the first thing I'm going to do, please don't leave. I know all of you hate the education aspects. Okay. You're all gonna, yeah, you're right. Leonis, by the way, one of the greatest singers of all time, Freddie Mercury, was a gay man. Anyway, we're already lost several people. Don't you dare leave. We're gonna do an education bit. Okay, we're gonna do an education bit. All right. So no one leave. I'll be right back. Okay, I'll be right back. Behave, Drusilla. I'm watching you, Drusilla. You behave. All right. All right, folks, we're back. We are back. Oh, God. Folks, if I snap at anyone, please beg my forgiveness, okay? I am running on like 3 hours of sleep, okay? My mouth was hurting so much last night, like I couldn't sleep at all. And then I'm having a week, let's put it that way, all right? I love you all very much, all right? Just know that as much as I yell at you, and as much as I despise all of you with every ounce of my being, I still love all of you, okay? Anyway, shall we go on? Okay. Let's go on. So let's forgive us, your mouth knows not what it does. Oh, outer sin. Well, that's a hilarious quote. Okay. Oh, thank you, Sir Bart. Okay. Thank you. You're all such angels. You're all such little angelic angels. Okay. So let me go on, except for most of you, but especially not Drusilla. So let's go over here. I just like bullying Drusilla. It's fun to me. So let's do a presentation. You know what, Sir Bart, you disgust me. Sir Bart says God, country, and CR. You know what? I support the last part there. Sir Bart, I'll ignore the first two parts. I'll just pretend it's the first part. Okay. So let's watch, shall we? Let's learn about the Russian Revolution a little bit. Now, Russia. Okay, so let's start this off. So you can see that it's a shitty little presentation because I don't want to talk much. So to be clear, thank you so much, LaCroix, for the 400 bits. Those are the first bits we've gotten today. Thank you so much, LaCroix. I deeply appreciate it, LaCroix, really. By the way, guys, if you do, you can contribute using Amazon bits over on Twitch, or you can send a super chat over on YouTube. Thank you so much, Jonas. Really, thank you, Jonas, for the contribution. You guys are the best. Really, thank you. We're on a hype train. Yay. Hype train. Hype. Yay. Hype, 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 hype. Okay. And whatever. Thank you very much for that. Okay. How dare you, Sir Bart? I swear to God. I'm eating ice cream because that helps with my mouth. Okay. Thank you, Gwen. Thank you. Okay. So let's go on. The Russian Revolution is not really the Russian Revolution. There are actually multiple Russian revolutions. When people hear the phrase Russian Revolution, they're typically thinking about the 1917 revolution, which saw the establishment of the Soviet Union. But there were a series of revolutions in Russia between 1905 and there were three of them, pretty much three of them, depending on who you ask, between 1905 and 1917, the last one being the establishment of the Soviet Union. So, but you kind of need to understand all three of them to understand the 1917 one. We have to kind of have a general idea of the context of the time so that you guys can understand why this happened and then what it ended up accomplishing, or not accomplishing, whatever you want to phrase it. Okay. All right. So that would be the second one. LaCroix would be the October Revolution. Okay. That would be the second one. I'm actually going to double check, LaCroix. My brain isn't exactly functioning. October Revolution. No, I lied. I think that was actually the that was the third one. That was the third one, not the second one. Okay. Okay. All right. So let's go on here. So the causes of the Russian Revolution. The first thing you need to know about Russia, and this is something that you should know about Russia even today. Okay. Remember that hilarious Drusilla. Remember that Russia is a massive country. Yes, Jonas, we're going to talk about that here for a second, okay? That's literally what I'm about to talk about, so don't you worry. You'll get to learn about the czars, okay? Not pleasant people. This is a map of Russia in Russia's expansion over time up until the 1917, okay? So look at this. This is a massive country. Russia is, of course, the largest country on the planet by land area. It is over time. The reason I have this map, it shows you how Russia expanded. Each of these colored areas are areas that were added to Russia by a czar. So you can see Russia started off as a single kingdom called Muscovy, and then it spread and conquered and added and then created the Russian Empire, which was a collection of different ethnic groups, kingdoms, etc. All right. It is a massive country. What are some things that might happen? Why might it be hard to rule a massive country? Right? Why might it be hard to have a centralized government in a massive country? I think you can all guess, right? There is a lot of, it's hard to control territories that are very, very far away. Okay. By the way, the farthest point away from Moscow in Russia is actually closer to the United States than it is to the capital of Russia. Okay. So hard to control infighting, correct. It's really hard. Language barriers, infighting, okay? It's hard to control a country of this size, okay? Yeah, Sir Bart. Language barriers, it's hard to, make sure the administrators you assign are doing what you tell them when you can't keep an eye on them. And throughout Russia's history, this has almost necessitated autocratic authoritarian governments. I am not completely excusing this. I am just saying it's really hard to run a country efficiently of this size unless you have a centralized government that makes sure everything is working in a sort of a set way. Okay. And so that will sort of better help explain not only the czars, but sort of how even in the Soviet Union, it became very centralized. And certain individuals had an extraordinary amount of power, okay? And then even after that, Putin kind of ends up consolidating all this power underneath himself. It almost lends itself to being controlled this way just because of the size and the difficulty of controlling it. Does this make sense? Okay. I don't want to go into too much detail here, but just know Russia's a massive place. And at this time period, Russia was ruled by kings, okay, or emperors called czars, CZ AR or TSAR, which is sort of a Russian word that means emperor. Okay. And it was an autocratic regime. That meant that these emperors basically had complete dictatorial control over the country. Their will was law. All right. And this is not good. Okay. What do I mean by that? So this is not good. Why am I saying that? Well, Russia was still an autocracy with a king as far as late as 1917, which is crazy, okay? That means that, they were still a czardom, they were still an empire with, a king, an autocratic king, as late as, 1917, most of the rest of the Western world had gotten rid of their kings by then and had established liberal democracies or other forms of government, okay? This is very unusual. They were, in a way, their government was way behind. If you look at its progression, their government was still operating like they were in the Middle Ages in a lot of ways. Not only that, it was only in, let's see here, where did I put it here? What is it? 1861 that Russia abolished serfdom. 1861, that's well into the Industrial Revolution, and Russia still had serfs. What's a serf? A serf is essentially a slave. There are slight differences, but this meant that 85% of the country were basically owned by landowners, and they were required to stay on certain sets of land and to work for these nobles, like serfs, like in the Middle Ages, okay? The rest of Europe had gotten rid of serfdom well before this, okay? Russia still had 85% of their populations enslaved as serfs, okay, by nobles, up until 1861. I mean, Russia was not exactly catching up with the rest of Europe in a lot of ways, all right? The rest of the Europe had adopted what were called Enlightenment ideas, the ideas of liberal democracy, enlightened rulership, liberty, and things like that, following the model of the French Revolution. Not Russia. They went the opposite direction. The nobility in Russia and the czars did everything they could to keep the vast majority of the population uneducated, obedient to the state, and to keep Russia in this land before time, with serfs working on big feudal estates, and very little industrialization happening. Okay. And there were often famines in Russia where vast numbers of people would starve, partially because Russia is very far north. It doesn't have the best capacity for agriculture, except for parts of the country. So there was lots of starvation. People were suffering tremendously. It was difficult for the czars to keep control of the country, so there were frequent uprisings and things like that. It was not pleasant. There were pogroms. There was a lot of anti-Semitism. The czars would go out and start slaughtering Jewish people and kicking them off their land. It was not pleasant, okay? It was not pleasant to live in the Russian Empire as a serf. Now, at the same time, guys, by the way, there were 150 million people in Russia. It was a massive country with a massive population. 85% of them were serfs, and then that later became peasants. Okay, and 3% were workers in factories. That's a very small number, and I'll talk more about that soon. But the rest of Europe was already well ahead in terms of factory workers. Okay, all right. So the point I'm trying to get here is that Russia was backwards in a lot of ways compared to the rest of Europe. We got that. They were very oppressive and cruel to their populations, and there were frequent peasant uprisings and things like that to try and resist the serf uprising, to resist this regime. Okay, so let's go on. Let's get into the video now, and I will add more as we're watching. So just to warn you of that, I'll add more while we're watching. I will say, please ask questions if you want to.
This video was made possible by NordVPN. Click on the link in the description below to get an amazing 68% off a 2-year plan.
By the way, one last thing. Remember how I said like Russia was still had serfdom in 1861? When the czar that was around at the time actually ended up freeing the serfs, which he did, he decided to free the serfs. He was kind of a reformer. They didn't just free the serfs. What they did is that they required that serfs, the only way that serfs could get land is if they paid their former landowners, the former people that owned them, overtime for the land. So a lot of serfs end up basically remaining serfs, because they were now indebted to the landowners they were freed from, and the only way they could own their own land is if they paid those landowners, which meant that a lot of times the landowners would allow them to continue working and not pay them on the condition that over time it would pay off their debt so they could have their own land. So even though the serfs were freed, they still weren't allowed to own any land, so they were still being forced to work on big landlord estates. So much for freeing the serfs, right? Okay, so let's go back here. We'll start this over a little bit.
This was great for the czar.
Okay.
If you were literally any...
By the way, that is literal. Up until 1917, see, this blows my mind. Up until 1917, the czars believed that they had the divine right to rule, that God had given them the right to rule, and that no one could take that away from them. That, you have to understand, guys, historically, that is so bizarre, because the rest of Europe and a lot of the world had moved away from that well before 1917, okay? Like, 1917 is the modern era, okay? And the czars were still claiming to have been appointed by God, and therefore you cannot take away their right to rule. Like, okay, so, and by the way, it was the Russian Orthodox Christian Church was basically part of the czar, was part of the ruling class, and they were very much propagandists for the czar. So Russian Orthodox Church has oftentimes been the Russian Orthodox Church has oftentimes been very much linked up with the ruling class, including today. There are images of the current Russian patriarch of the Russian Church with Putin, and you can see that on the Russian patriarch's hand is a Rolex watch, a very expensive Rolex watch, because they're all bribed and corrupt, and they're very much in bed with Putin. Okay, and actually, the Russian media actually edited out the image of these Rolex watches on the Russian patriarch's wrists. Okay, So anyway, why didn't they revolt earlier? They did, Sir Bart. There were multiple revolts in Russian history, but the Russian military was always able to put them down. Okay, and yeah.
Anybody else? Tsar Alexander II, and I've got some big news. I'm releasing you all from your serfdom. You're all free.
Yes!
Yep, I'm the best. Oh, there is one thing though. I spoke to your local lords and they weren't happy about losing all their free labor. So as a compromise, you're all gonna have to pay them back a near impossible.
Guys, remember what I said? One of the issues with Russia is that it's very large. I'm not defending the czars, but what I am saying to you that there were a few czars before that tried to take away power from the landlords and the nobles, and you know what always ended up happening? Those czars would end up being assassinated or have massive revolts on their hands by the landowners. So, because it's very hard to control a massive country with tons of nobles unless the nobles are also on your side. So it became very hard very quickly for some czars, like Tsar Catherine, okay, to try and liberate the serfs, knowing that the nobles would end up really fighting back. It would make it, and you know, so to an extent, the Tsar kind of had to make this compromise to ensure the country didn't fall apart. And I'm not excusing the Tsar, but do you see what I mean? Okay.
Amount of money for the next 49 years. Expect your lives to barely change. Okay.
By the way, he literally did that. He gave like a speech. He gave like a right, Muhammad. Well, but Muhammad, I will say that might be the reason why those revolutions happened when they did, was because of incompetent monarchs. But okay. So he, by the way, literally said that while he was being coronated. He's like, I feel I may not be the most fit to rule. And that, like, which you're not, it's like, it's not really something you're supposed to say when you're being coronated as the emperor. You know, I didn't bring it up because, you know, you have to understand the norms at the time. But like, if people are supposed to view you as being appointed by God and you're about to have like the patriarch of the church put a crown on your head, you're not supposed to be saying at that point, you know, I really am not fit to rule. Like, that just shows you how incompetent he was in a lot of ways.
To a huge crowd in Moscow to celebrate his coronation, so enticing a proposition to starving peasants that the ensuing stampede left nearly 1,500 people dead.
Yeah, the Kodinka field tragedy. So that actually happened, by the way. So again, as I was saying, Nicholas was like fucked up. Okay, like he had some real bad luck. Okay, and okay, so let me quickly show you about the Kodinka Field massacre. Have I talked to you guys about the Kodinka Field? The Kodinka Field tragedy. So here we have a field. I'm going to show you an image here. I'm just going to draw it. Here we have a giant field, like a massive field, like multiple football field sized. Okay. Yeah, Mohammed, not where you openly admit that you're okay. So here you have an open field. Now, on this open field where they were holding a giant party for Nicholas's coronation, they made a couple big mistakes. The first mistake they made is that they invited all of Russia, which, you know, it is a country of 50 million people. Probably not the best idea to just have an open invitation to all the people of Russia. Okay, so that happened, and they didn't really prepare for the number of people that would show up, which now most people couldn't travel, but like thousands upon thousands showed up, and they were all packed onto this field. Now, here's the thing, right? This was a field where they did military training. So at one end of the field, there were these massive trenches that had been dug, okay, to simulate trench warfare. Okay, so like, you see these giant lines here. Imagine those are giant trenches, okay, that have been dug into the ground, but there was no way to see them while you were on the field, okay? And what the organizers of this festival did is that they set up lawn tables over here, okay? Lawn tables. Okay, these are really bad tables, but you get the idea. Lawn tables over here full of beer, pretzels, and like souvenirs. Like, they had, like, these little mugs that had, like, Tsar Nicholas II's face on it, and they put those on the other side of the not-easy-to-see trenches with the hope that they could filter people in right here and here to the tables to slowly hand out the beer and pretzels. Well, unfortunately, Unfortunately, a rumor started spreading through the crowd that they were about to run out of beer, pretzels, and souvenirs. And for a population that was deeply impoverished and very hungry, and also didn't want to have traveled all that way without getting something, panic spread and people started rushing the tables. Now, what ends up happening when thousands of people end up rushing the tables is that a lot of them didn't know there were trenches there, so hundreds of people start falling into the trenches, and people start falling on top of them, and the result is about 1,500 people were crushed to death in the trenches. Now, why am I telling you this about this? Because this is very symbolic. There you go, Jay Williams. They were rushing the tables, okay? This is very symbolic of, like, Tsar Nicholas II's reign, okay? The incompetence, the inability to think ahead, and then how he reacted to this made it worse, okay? Because that same day, he was invited to a party by the French embassy where there were going to be a bunch of nobility celebrating, okay? And he was invited, okay? He was invited by the French to go to this big party. And after this happened, he even said to his advisors, you know, maybe I shouldn't go to this party while there's people in the hospital trying to survive after this happened. I feel like maybe I should go to the hospital instead and not go to the party. Like, I feel like it wouldn't look good if I go party after all these people died. And his advisors were nobles who didn't give a shit about the average person. And they're like, well, no, you got to meet with the French. That's more important. So he went and met with the French and had a massive party with drinks after all these people died. And the rest of and the whole country found out about it. So again, not exactly a smart decision. Certainly made the situation a lot worse. Okay. Didn't do good for his how people perceived him, okay? Partying after this calamity, all right? We'll keep going, but this is all very symbolic of his reign, okay? I know, Sir Bart. And guys, I know this sounds weird because it sounds like, the thing is that he was incompetent, okay? Like, his instinct was, I shouldn't do this, but he was just like, okay, I'll listen to my advisors. That does not excuse him. But that shows he was not a good choice for being a czar, right? Okay. Is there anyone over on YouTube that can ban someone? Yeah, that's funny. So we have the person who just made a comment that I'm not going to repeat that's fundamentally Islamophobic. I want to make something very clear. If you think that, hilarious, if you want to go after Islam for that, you do know that, like, have you ever heard of the Epstein files, right? We do know that, like, a massive international cabal of elites are absolute horrific pedophiles, right? And you come in here and try to make it seem like Muslims are fundamentally that way or something. What a disgusting and just dumb, stupid thing to say, okay? Like, that is just stupid. I don't know what else to say about that, okay? All right, anyway, God. Anyway, thank you very much, Outer Signal, for hiding that person. Yeah, there are all over the U.S., there are states trying to codify child marriage. What a dumb thing to say. Like, that is the dumbest thing imaginable. Okay, anyway, I'm sorry. Moving on. It was fixed, guys, though, don't worry, all right? By the way, guys, read the goddamn Bible. Okay, so I don't know what the fuck he's commenting on. He was, like, quoting some probably Islamic scholar that's probably some fringe figure that no Muslim actually listens to. But I can guarantee you that there were Christian scholars who did the exact same shit, all right? So fuck you and your Islamophobia, you piece of shit. Moving on. Okay, guys, let's continue. So, side note here, side note. Okay, side note, guys. So, remember what I said at the beginning of the stream? About 85% of Russia were what's the term? Were serfs or peasants, okay? Only 3% of Russia were workers in factories or workers at all. So think about this. Just remember that commenting to move them off screen. I thank you, Outer Signal. Okay, just remember that Marxism is mainly about liberating the proletariat. The idea of that under capitalism, there are two classes, generally two classes of people. That's the bourgeois, which are the owning class, and the proletariat, which is the working class, the people who sell their labor for a wage. Russia, on the other hand, was still mired in feudalism. Only 3% of the country were wage laborers in a capitalist system. 85% were still like feudal serfs or feudal peasants, all right? So it is interesting to think of that, because this revolution would happen in a place with actually not that many workers compared to elsewhere in Europe, which is kind of counterintuitive. But it was just be aware of that, all right? Let's go on here.
But come on.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. There was also sort of but okay. Let me explain something, guys, especially for the people out there, for the MLs out there too, who I know already know a lot about this, okay? I'm just mentioning MLs because I know you guys probably know about this. So this is just some little interesting historical insight here. Remember what I said about Russia. It's a very large place and it's very hard to control. In the Mensheviks were idealistic in that they wanted a more democratically run system there, okay? I completely understand that. It makes sense that they would want that in terms of sort of the ideals of socialism and things like that. The problem is that you are in Russia, okay? And that does not mean exactly, though. Exactly, Gwen. Exactly. So, okay, hilarious username. But this is why. So, guys, Karl Marx was famously said that, you know, you have to look at the material conditions about where these revolutions take place. The Bolsheviks were largely right in that in Russia, it is probably a better idea to have a one-man led party that where you kind of have loyalty to that one man, because otherwise you're going to start seeing groups splintering and things like that. And that's kind of what you end up seeing happen. His approach was more successful in the context of Russia, right? This idea of like a sort of a single leader that you pledge loyalty to. And I know that sounds dark, but remember what I said about Russian history. Even before the Soviet Union, there was a one-man or one-woman controlled state. After the revolution, there was a one-man controlled state. During the revolution, there was generally, in the Soviet Union, there was generally a one-man sort of controlled state apparatus, okay? And any variation from that failed historically because it's very hard to control Russia. But this is, so anyway, so for people that do criticize the sort of authoritarianism of these regimes, hey, I'm not blaming you, or like the one-man aspect of this. Just realize that the material conditions of Russia kind of make that inevitable. It is not necessarily, remember how I did that presentation yesterday for those that were there in the stream about context matters? Yeah, in the context of Russia, I gotta say, Lenin had the right idea, okay? Because it's going to be really hard to make things happen if you're disunited. Does that?
Nicholas thought modernization was boring, but he let Sergei do his
know,
thing.
Jay Williams,
and
hilarious.
do his thing he did. He borrowed some money.
No, Jonas, you're right, okay? And Jonas, that's what ends up happening. But okay, so actually, let me explain something. Jonas makes a good point. Maybe they should just split up into multiple countries. Here's the problem, Jonas, okay? That is a fair point, and they ended up doing that later. But there is a geographic issue with Russia. Let me show you guys, okay? And I am not... Okay, let me show you guys. Russia, geographic, or, oh, goddamn, what is it? Not topographical, but there we go. Okay, look at Russia. All right, look at Russia. So, I don't know if you guys can see this. Do you see how flat Russia is? Oh, this is right here. It is very, very flat, right? It is vast, 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 flat plains. There's a mountain range right here, but other than that, it's vast plains. Now, over here, there's more mountain ranges, but it's very, very flat. Okay. Why am I showing this to you? Even down into Mongolia, it's very flat. It is very easy to invade Russia. That sounds counterintuitive because we've all heard that, like, Napoleon and the Nazis and stuff, they invaded. Yeah, it's very easy to get into Russia. Getting out of Russia is the hard part, right? And throughout Russian history, any attempt to have multiple states in this area have resulted in them destroying each other and uniting, okay? Because you have these open plains. There's no natural defenses. People are constantly fighting each other. You would have the Mongols come sweeping in and destroy, okay? Destroy any separate state that existed, okay? So to split this country up into a bunch of individual states would almost certainly result in constant fighting between them over these vast plains, and because there's no easy way to defend any one of these states. You see what I mean? Now, during the fall of the Soviet Union, some states did break off, but typically ones that are in more easily geographically defensive areas. Not always, but do you see what I mean? Like, so as much as it would be nice if it did break into multiple states, that would also be for Russia itself, which would be the most powerful of those states, it would not want that because it would be very exposed to invasion from those separate states. Does that make sense? Okay, this is complicated. I don't mean... Okay, fine. Okay, fine. We'll just go back to it. All right.
How to industrialize.
With autocracy, because if you're the autocrat, you get blamed for everything. Okay, now...
Why don't we just try treating the people?
One of the key functions of an autocrat or a king or a czar, okay, is to wage war. That is like the main purpose of having a king or a czar, is that their job is to be the warrior. And historically in Europe and across the world, by the way, like that's what you're expected to do. Like you better find a war to wage. That's how you gain the most honor. That's how you gain the most respect. That's how you solidify your rule over the country, okay, is you go to war if you are a king, all right? So, yeah, but Gwen, that's a different thing though, Gwen. Like a fascist ruler is not the same as like a monarch, if that makes sense. So like at this time, a monarch that's like one of the things that you basically would be required to do as part of your job is like, you better start a war. And there's a lot of masculinity kind of baked into this. The idea that a male ruler, like the men's job is to go to war and things like that. Okay. And that was common in Europe, all over the place, all over the world, really. Monarchs were always waging war. That's like the first thing you'd want to do is you'd want to like find a good war to start to prove that you're destined to rule. It would, by the way, I got you, Gwen. It would prove, by the way, that you had the divine right to rule if you could win a war. So there's this idea. Yes, Oxpepper, good reference. Hello, Autism Maxer, welcome, okay? It would prove that you had the divine right to rule if you could win a war. Okay, so you kind of wanted to solidify your rule by winning a war. So Nicholas, knowing how unpopular he was, decided, you know what, let's start a war. Let's start a war. Does anyone know what country he went to war with? Anyone? Class? Anyone know what country he went to war with? Japan. Correct, Le Quabois. Now, here we have a cute little thing. Because this might be shocking to some of you, but did you know that Russia in the early 20th century was very racist? This might be shocking, but do you think that they weren't a big fan of people from East Asia? They generally viewed Japanese people as like inferior. I know that's shocking being in, early 20th century Europe, but that's the case, okay? And Japan, by Nicholas and by the population of Russia, was viewed as a weak, easily colonizable nation that they should easily be able to steamroll, okay? Because they are inferior racially, they're inferior culturally. We're the Russians. We can easily crush Japan. The problem with this, guys, is that Japan had been industrializing for a while, okay? They had been industrializing for a long while, okay? And they had massively modernized their military, almost more than Russia had, okay? So even though they were small compared to Russia, and they were not a European power, they had a much more modern military, they had a much more effective fighting force, and when Nicholas goes to war, this is what happens. Well, I'll see what they tell you, and then I'll tell you.
Nicholas hoped it was an opportunity to win a quick war and regain the support of the people. Nobody seriously...
By the way, on a historical side note here, Israel did a... God damn it! Japan. God, I said Israel and Iran first. Okay. Japan did a surprise attack on the Russian harbor. What does that sound like? And they won the war. Can you see why they did the same thing at Pearl Harbor later? Okay, can you see why they did the same thing at Pearl Harbor later? To them, that was a winning strategy. It did well for them during this war, okay?
Thought a puny Asian country could defeat a European superpower, and the Russian people were filled with patriotic spunk. Hey everyone, we're at war with Japan. Hey everyone, we're losing the war. The Japanese won, and embarrassed.
Yeah, so I wish they would show you what happened. So let me show you guys what happened real fast. This is humiliating. Battle of Tsushima Strait. Okay, this was massively humiliating. Battle. Okay. I hate all of you, by the way. I'm not reading your comments about my mistake there. Tsushima Strait. Okay. Images. I want to see if we can, if I can see the route. I can show you the route that these boats had to take to get there. Yeah. Oh, I guess well, this is a bad one. I can still show you this anyway. It's better than nothing, I guess. I don't know if you guys can see this map. So the Russian Navy went to go. Okay. So look at this map. You see Africa right here, folks. So there was no harbor on the Pacific Ocean that Russia could use. Okay, so they literally took their entire fleet and they steamed it out of out of Petrograd and all the way around Europe. See this path? All the way around Africa, all the way up by India, all the way around Southeast Asia and up to Japan to fight the Japanese Navy. And you know what happened? As soon as they came across the Japanese Navy easily sunk the entire fleet in a pretty short battle. So after trekking across the entire world, basically, the entire Russian Navy was sunk pretty easily by the Japanese Navy. Oops! Oopsie! That's embarrassing. Okay? And so it wasn't only a defeat for the Russians, it was a humiliating defeat by a smaller force, okay? And oops, okay, you see not good. And this was very playing Civ very badly, like hilariously badly. Like, look, they literally are just like, we're coming, and then boom, we're dead, and that was the end of it, okay? Nothing. No one clipped that. That sounded dirty. Okay, fine, Matsuga, I'll look at your thing. What'd you say here, Matt Saigai? You sent me something? Thank you, Matt Saigai, so much. Thank you. Matt Saigai just sent me some money over on Buy Me a Coffee. Thank you very much, Matt Saigai. Okay, really. Okay. You guys can send me contributions if you like using Buy Me a Coffee, which is linked next to my face here, or you can use the links in the chat. Thank you so much, Matt Saigai. Really. Okay. Okay. You said 100,000. You sent me £1 million pounds. No, you didn't. But thank you. Okay. You're a legend. Really, thank you, Matt Saigai. Okay, so that was that. That was humiliating. Correct. Now, guys, this is what I've said before too, guys. Like the issue is that, yeah, the military is still firmly on Trump's side, for example. Okay, is still firmly on the state side in theory, but we have seen some resistance, but not much. So this is a big problem. Anyway, just something to note there. That is one thing that needs to be considered. You know, for whatever I'm talking about, who knows? We're only talking theoretically, right? In Minecraft. Accidents waiting to happen. Good afternoon from the south of Boston. Hello, accidents waiting to happen. So glad to see you here. Okay.
Make matters worse, in October, workers and Marxists, including one Leon Trotsky, began setting up local elected councils called Soviets that coordinated strikes and supplied the workers.
Ooh.
Sergei could see the writing on the wall.
Yeah, see, but again, guys, we need coordination, right? Okay, it's true. Is it true that military members tend to lean to the right? Yes, autism is well. Yeah, I think so. I'm not quite sure. I have to look at the stats in the United States. But in my I think so. I think so. Hello, Hasanabi fan. What's your thought on this? What's my thought on what, Hasanabi fan? Welcome, by the way. Welcome, Hasanabi fan.
Things were going south fast, and he needed a big idea to save the Tsar. And luckily, he had just that. You see, all these angry people from different parts of society weren't really working together, meaning there was a weakness to exploit. Sergei wrote a manifesto that would give...
And guys, what do we see happening here? Our own elites exploit the disconnect between all of us. Do they not? Right? All these different groups in Russia were very angry, but they refused to come together to work together. Okay? On all of this Trump stuff. Oh, Trump is a fascist piece of shit, Hasanabi fan. What do you mean? Okay? Like, fuck him. He's a monster. He's a goddamn piece of shit fascist. And we need major reform and revolutionary change in this country, because the problem isn't just Trump. It's the system that created Trump, to be clear. All right. Capitalism, et cetera, created Trump. We need a major reform, because just getting rid of Trump isn't going to fix the problem. All right. How dare you, Matt? Okay. Okay. So at this time, guys, all these different groups in Russia were not working together, even though they had a similar goal. And the elites worked very hard to divide them. So they often, for example, used the peasantry, the hyper-religiosity and social conservatism as the peasantry, to divide them from the working class, okay? And they used the sort of arrogant condescension and intellectual, what is it? Not intellectual, like, they used like condescension of the liberals to turn them against the working class and things like that. So they kept all these groups divided. And what do we see happening here today, folks? The elites in this country are constantly trying to divide all of us, right? They divide us along racial lines. They divide us along middle class and and lower class lines. Okay, they divide us by. They're always trying to scapegoat minority groups, like, oh, transgender people. That's what you should really be worried about. Oh, you should be worried about the migrants moving next door. Oh, you should be worried about black folks. Okay, constant divide and conquer, divide and conquer, divide and conquer. We see this in every instance of the elites trying to maintain control. They try to divide people so that they can't work together.
Oh, goodness no. I was just going to kill them. With the liberals satisfied.
So Tsar Nicholas allied with the liberals. And by the way, in this case, liberals means people who are supporting a more democratic system, not an authoritarian one-party state. Or not one-party state, I'm sorry, God. Not a monarchy, okay? They're supporting a republic or a democracy, okay? He's like, okay, fine, I will give you some of your reforms as long as you work with me against everyone else who wants reforms, which they did. Okay, the liberals decided to side with the monarchists instead of the left, which is predictable because they did not want to end capitalism. They just wanted to end the authoritarian regime of Nicholas. Do you see what I mean? Which is why, guys, as I always say it, I am not a fan of liberals. Okay, I'm not a fan of the libs. Now, I will say that, what's funny is that, yeah, if we were to side with the liberals, right, which I wish we could in order to end, like, fascism, for example, but we have to understand that the liberals will stab us in the back as soon as they can. They literally, and guys, for those that aren't here that might call themselves liberals, you do know that, like, every single time in history, the liberals end up backstabbing the left, right? So we need to, like, I don't know. But even right now in the United States, the Democratic Party is constantly sniping the left and preventing it from taking power because they're more loyal to the capitalist system than they are to, uniting for fascism. Does that make sense? Okay. Whatever. So just be aware of that. Autism Maxer, a few of my coworkers are Republican or at least support the current president, which I don't really have a problem with Republicans. Oh, I don't blame you, Autism Maxer. Now, I do have a problem with Republicans, but I get what you mean. MAGA folks, they're fascist or fascist enablers. Yeah, okay. And whether or not they know it or not, they're very dangerous for the country. And as a gay man, they are a threat to me. And whether they mean to be or not, and I'm not a big fan, okay, massively cracked down on resistance.
Like you. And just like that, Nicholas had survived the 1905 revolution. But wait,
So, we're getting to the end of this video pretty soon. Nicholas basically enabled the, yeah, no, you're right, Outer Signal, and that's a problem, right? Because, so guys, liberal, and Outer Signal, I'm glad you brought that up because I probably should clarify, to be honest with you. Liberal is not the same thing as left, okay? And I need to do a stream sometime where I describe what a liberal is versus what left wing is. But yeah, they're not the same thing. Unfortunately, in the United States, everyone thinks in the United States that liberal means anyone on the left, whether it be a moderate, okay, or a whether it be like a moderate capitalist person or a like communist. Okay, they're not liberals. Okay, liberals are right wing. Liberals are on the right side of the political spectrum, and they're not like. And this is very complicated. I don't want to get into it now. I don't know why. Okay, I'm not yelling at you guys. I'm like getting mad at myself that I'm going into it. But just be clear, when I say liberals, I'm not referring to socialists. Okay, all right. I'm referring to like the Democratic Party. All right, who are liberals.
Revolution? In Russia? Where was Lenin? Well,
barely, by the way.
Lenin and his communist pals were still in exile. He tried desperately to radicalize the uprising, but all he could do was watch.
Paul Squaw, I hate you so much. And Paul Squaw, I know you believe that because you think you're further left than I am. I disagree, Paul Squaw. I disagree.
As the movements failed to organize, the liberals
How dare you,
sold out
Philly
the
cheese.
poor, and the Tsar played the people. Furious, he believed Russia had missed a great chance for
That's
a real
true,
revolution.
Gwen. Corpo
From now
Dems
on,
is way easier. You're right, Gwen. And that actually makes more sense if I said the Corpo Dems are liberals because, well, some of the progressives are less liberal, but they're still kind of liberal. This is complicated, but yeah.
Felt the only way
It
left
depends on how you define different things, but yes.
was an armed revolution by the workers. Watching the events of 1905 unfold, Lenin learned a lot. The Tsar, however, would prove to have learned nothing. After the 1905 revolution had failed.
So, guys, this is what's also important, guys. You have to understand that there are a lot of, even though this revolution failed, a lot was learned. A bunch of groups started organizing that hadn't been organized more. Okay, that hadn't been organized more. That was that was some big positives that happened because of this attempted revolution. Because it allowed to be created a bunch of organizations that could be used in the future for coordinating radical change, and we don't have that in the U.S., do we? I'm afraid we don't. There is not enough organization in the United States to make a massive change, to be organized enough to do it. And this is the problem we have, is that we don't really have, we don't have parallel government structures, so we don't have any organizations setting up governing structures parallel to the real government or creating a network that's interconnected and organizing a mass movement that could take place, okay? That's one of the big issues we have. There's not enough of that yet. And so what we're seeing happen, guys, is that when there is no network or there's no organizing or structure in place for big change, you will start to see a lot of people taking matters into their own hands and engaging in something called adventurism, where they do individual acts of resistance, sometimes violent, and that often won't get you anywhere, unfortunately. Okay, it's basically people just venting their anger. We've seen how many assassinations attempts have happened against Trump. We've seen how there's been a bunch of warehouses being burned down and things like that across the country. We saw Luigi Mangione. There is a lot of resistance going on, which is a sign that there is appetite and anger underneath the surface, but there hasn't been anything organized that can channel that anger, and we need something organized that can channel that anger. Does that make sense? Because otherwise, random acts of violence aren't going to do much. Okay? All right.
The Tsar's new top man was Pyotr Stolypin, and he had big ideas to prevent any more chaos.
He actually, Stolypin had a bunch of people that were rebels hung, so he hanged them from trees and executed them, which ended up resulting in Russians calling the noose the Stolypin's necktie, because they viewed him like he was executing so many people.
One, reform agriculture. This will make the peasants love you. And step two.
Okay, so guys, we are now set up for the beginning of World War I, and okay.
It's time for World War I.
Okay, so we'll stop there. So we kind of have the scene set, right? The 1905 revolution was basically failed. It caused the creation of a Duma. But then Tsar Nicholas basically took back the powers from the Duma. Meanwhile, the economy is somewhat improving, but people are being slaughtered by the secret police. We have this unpopular monk in with the royal family. And now, yes, there is a second part, Jay Williams. There is a second part. And I'm thinking we'll watch it tomorrow, unless you guys all want to watch it now. because that's a lot to process. So I just kind of wanted to set the scene because we're going to do this over a couple, not tomorrow, but on Thursday. We're going to do it over a few days talking about this. So do we get the general idea of the state of Russia at the time? Okay, they have an incompetent leader who Russia itself is massively backwards. The peasantry is in not being treated well. The workers aren't being treated well. Things are opening up a bit, but that's allowing more radical groups to form. And now a massive war is breaking out. Okay, a massive war is breaking out. And remember what I've said before, guys, historically, when things start to improve and then they suddenly get pulled back, that's what sparks revolutions, right? That's what sparks revolutions. And right now, things are getting better in the timeline we're looking at. Okay. Yeah, and Louise, think about how jealous that would make the nobles if this... So Louise says, Rasputin may have had the queen's ear, ergo the king. Yes, but imagine what you would have to... that might upset a lot of nobles, that this homeless cleric peasant has, see what I mean? Has the ear of the queen. And listen, I don't know if they'll talk about it in the next video here when we do it, okay? But do we all know how Rasputin died? Like, the story of his death is stupid and like insane and clearly couldn't have happened the way that people say it happened. Like, apparently when he was finally assassinated, thank you so much, LaCroix, like he was poisoned with enough poison to kill like 20 men or whatever. And then he was shot, beaten, and then thrown into a river. And apparently he died of hypothermia. And he didn't die of the poisoning, the shooting, the beating, or the drowning. It was hypothermia. That's what the claim is. And so there's a sense that he was like this black magic person that was able to, like, I don't believe it. I believe that that's a way to, that is a way to kind of demonize him and make it seem like he was this demonic figure that he couldn't even be killed properly, on top of all the other accusations against him. All right. Plus, they would have been seduced by his debauched ways. I'm sure that would have appealed. That's possible, Louise. But Nicholas II himself was actually pretty conservative and like was a family man, right? He was a family man. Like he loved hanging out with his family. He always took pictures with them. So we don't know for sure historically, but we do know that all the sources about him aren't fully trustworthy. And so it could be that this is exaggerated. All right. We don't know. All right. Oh my goodness, you guys, I'm going to put my face up. Yeah, that is true, Louise. That is very true. That is a good point, Louise. You're right. You're right. All right. Yeah, life in South Korea is not great, Mad Saigai. Okay, so how's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing out there? Everyone good? Everyone good? So, to say otherwise, everything on the internet is true. Otherwise, to say otherwise is fake news. Hilarious. Okay, so guys, you're all great. Let's see what else we got here. Let's hand out some boops. Let's hand out some boops, right? Jay Williams, you get a boop. Boop. Outer Signal gets a boop. Boop. Doug gets a boop, or I should say Antifa, you gets a boop. Boop. Autism Maxer gets a boop. Boop. For those that are new to the stream, a boop is a compliment. A boop is a compliment. A boop is where you've been good during you've been good during the stream, so I give you a reward, and that's a boop. Okay. Matt Saigai gets a boop. Boop. Philly Cheese gets a boop. Boop. Elevator Lady gets a boop. Boop. Cody gets a boop. Boop. Savage J Speed gets a boop. Boop. I'm doing well, Savage J Speed. How are you? Did I miss anyone? Louise gets a boop. Boop. Who am I missing here? Who am I? Fine, J-Mac. You get a bonk. Bonk. Now, folks, a bonk is a punishment. If I'm mad at you, you get a bonk. A bromp is where I remove a boop. So there's boops, bromps, and bonks. This is well known. Oxpecker, you get a boop. Boop. In Your Groove gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else? Anyone else? Did I miss anyone? Druzilla gets a boop. Boop. Did I miss anyone who wants a boop? Did I miss anyone who wants a boop? Anyone else want a boop? James Nordoff gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else want a boop? Gwen gets a boop. Boop. Paul Squaw gets a boop. Boop, I think. Are we done? We good? Okay. Well done, everyone. You all got boobs. Now, folks, I am very old, as you know, so I'm going to need to take my medication. This is chlorhexidine gluconate. Chlorhexidine gluconate. And it is meant to kill... Oh, that's okay, Savage or Hey, Savage or JR, what is your Twitch name? I could raid you sometime. What is your Twitch name over there? Savage or J Speed. So, hello, Fox and Are you still alive? So this is what I have to take, and I forgot to take it earlier. And what it is it's basically high-powered Listerine. Because I have a hole in my mouth from my surgery, I have to clean out my mouth with this. So you're all going to have to watch it, okay? Because I get off on that shit. Actually, no, I just forgot to take it earlier. So I'm going to take it now, and you're going to have to watch me swirl it around in my mouth in silence because I won't be able to speak. So I'm going to have to do this for 30 seconds. Mmm. Mmm. Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you. That was a good time. Guys, why do you even watch me? What the fuck is wrong with you? I just wasted like a minute of your time just like cleaning out my mouth on stream. Whatever. Okay, around here we get ibuprofen and warm salt water. Hilarious, hilarious. Okay, exactly, J-Mac. You say we live sad lives. That's for sure, J-Mac. I know you do, J-Mac. But anyway, so I hope you're all proud. What'd you say here? Oxpecker, Rasputin, lover of the Russian queen. Yes, there you go, Oxpecker. Okay, it's a great little song there. Thank you, LaQuabwa, for sending me the money there. That was fantastic. Okay, oh, my mouth feels so clean. I feel cleansed. All right, let's see what else to watch, guys. How's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing? I'm the Pete Hegseth of Boops. I get praise for shit I'm not qualified for. Oh, I love that. I love that. Real men chew dirt and endure the pain of an infection. How dare you, Jonas, okay? Oh, what the fuck? Thank you, Drusilla. What type of pants I don't know. What type of pants do Mario wear? I don't know. Oh, denim, denim, denim. Oh, yeah. Denim, denim, denim. Denim, denim, denim. Okay, Philly cheese while eating tacos while learning about Russians. Fantastic Philly cheese. That sounds fantastic. Whatever. I'm rambling. Whatever. Fuck it. Let's go on. Okay, let's go on. So we'll continue learning about the Russian Revolution tomorrow, folks. Or, I'm sorry, whatever the next day I'm streaming is. Hopefully never. Let's go. I'm just kidding. I love you all very much. All right, let's see here. We got some other things to look at. Now, what's this? What's this? Oh. You know what? I'm gonna see what we have in. Things too. Nice clean joke for NEH. True, Doug. True. Oh, poor J-Mac. I feel so sad. I'm not really sad at all, actually, but that's okay. Matt Saigai, did you watch the Tommy Robinson rally? Not just Nick Shirley. No. What rally? What rally, Matt Saigai? We watched him going to the rally. Okay, thank you, LaQuabwa. I'll be taking a look at what people shared in reactions, guys. Okay. Ooh, there's some good options here. Let's do a palate cleanser with Sammy Obayed. Okay, let's do a palate cleanser, shall we? I need a palate cleanser. So this is Sammy Obayed, and it's called "Is This Thing On?" Everyone ready?
Video about Charlie Kirk. I didn't even know that was in their wheelhouse.
Oh wait, you can't see me, You can't see it. I'm incompetent. Let's go on. Let me make sure. Oh God, I'm clicking the wrong buttons. Oh my God, I'm messing everything up. Oh my God, panic. Okay, wait, we're fine. Ready? Let's watch. We'll watch it. Everyone ready? Here we go.
You have this Iranian general just sitting in a chair with his face blurred. He's speaking in English, which means it's to me, okay? But he has an Iranian accent. I know it's an Iranian accent.
Oh, we watched this already. Yeah, we watched this one yesterday. Okay, we'll go to a different one. I don't fucking know. Can we try? Oh, the Andy Burnham. We could watch the Andy Burnham one. That's fun too. We saw that one. I don't see any that you sent. I don't see any sent by you, LeQuabois. I don't see any sent by... Oh, let's watch this. So while we have it here, while I have it pulled up, we'll watch this one. Okay. This is sent to us by Outer Signal. This is called Fascist Fight Clubs in Canada and the USA are training for a race war. Oh, good. You know what? Fuck the fact that I just said we'll do a palate cleanser. Let's go straight into the harsh stuff. That's my fault, but let's watch it. Okay. Oh, wait. We need to actually be able to hear it, don't you? I think you all need to be able to actually hear it.
Canada's largest white supremacist group is training with fascist fight clubs in the US, growing a global network, preparing for what they say is a race war.
The race war is here.
Meeting with some of the most prominent white nationalist groups in the United States and the founder of the whole movement.
I'm for pro-white. I'm for putting my race above everything else.
Through public Telegram posts, videos, and images, we track them from Texas to a major gathering in South Carolina.
It's very significant that we're seeing Canadians travel across the border. That is getting more and more cool.
Oh, that's great. Don't you love that, Sir Bart? That, you know, Americans are training Canadians to be fascists. Isn't that cute?
Coordinated by the day.
Active clubs are a global movement of white nationalist fight clubs who gather to train in combat sports. They're founded by this guy, Robert Rundo.
I put my people first. You know, there's fun in fascism.
Here's the leader of Second
God.
Sons, Jeremy McKenzie, giving a Nazi salute. According to
they're such posers. They think they're so cool. Do you see how he timed that Roman salute to the
Telegram
song?
Posts in late March, they traveled to Texas for their first meetup with Lone Star Active Club, based around Dallas. We've geolocated these images to verify them, and we find that their first meetup was in the city
If they are, that's hilarious in your group since it's supposed to be a critique
of Fort Worth. The two groups can obviously be seen at the Fort Worth stockyards,
Oh
but
my God.
also at a major gym. And
Yeah, they're so gay. I mean, come on. I've always mentioned this, guys. I'm not insulting gay people, right? I'm just saying they're like always shirtless and muscular and hanging around with other men. Really homosexual shit there. On like, how many of these guys do we think are like in the closet or something? But like, you know, they're always like posing with their shirts off and like, look at my nipples kind of deal. And like, you know, constantly working out and hanging out with the dudes. Yeah, we're just a bunch of dudes getting shirtless and hitting on each other, literally with our fists and like beating up each other and shit. Like, okay, you know, whatever. It's fine. It's fine.
here they are at a private gym used by the Lone Star Active Club. This image appears to be taken in a sort of clubhouse.
Look, they're always flexing, for
the Lone Star group. You might think that this is 3 Second Sons.
I'm sorry, I thought it was a Grinder ad or something.
Check out this.
Yeah, Edward Penn always traveling out of the city to hang out with the boys.
Guy in the
and their wives aren't invited. You know what I mean?
Middle though.
Right, James Nordoff, I got you.
Robert Rundo.
Yeah, right, Philly Cheese. I love grappling and writhing on the ground with other men for hours. Right, very homosexual kind of behavior there. And no offense to homosexuals, I'm just saying.
When I first saw that picture, I laughed because
you know, as a gay, you know, I'm gay, so I'm.
Despite the blurring, I knew it was Rundo right away. I mean, that's obviously Robert Rundo. There's no question.
Rundo is the founder of the modern active club movement. Here's why we think it's him.
Hey, Weird Motors
The
Blob.
watch in this video appears to be the same one as this image. And the tattoo blowed here is...
Oh my God, that's called the Black Sun or the Sonnenrad. That is a Nazi symbol. It's actually a symbol on the floor of the castle where they used to have the SS go to do hazing ceremonies where they'd be initiated into the Nazi SS. So that's a very classic Nazi symbol.
In the same shape and place as Rundo's tattoo.
Right, Outer Signal, which is telling Outer Signal, right? They don't even want to touch it because they're worried that it might feel a certain way. You see what I mean, Outer Signal? They're worried they'll be too excited.
Next, Second Son's members hit the road, traveling from Texas to South Carolina.
Yeah,
they're heading to American Muscle 2, part combat.
American Muscle 2? Come on, come on. That's the name of like a porn film. I swear to God. Like that, is that not like the name of a gay porn film? Like, come on. All right.
Sports tournament, part networking event. They meet there with clubs from across the US. You can see someone wearing the Second Son shirt in this promotional video put out by the organization running the event. That organization, Patriot Front, one of the United States' most notorious white nationalist groups.
There is very likely a high degree of strategizing that is happening at these events, as well as deeper thinking as to how to propel the movement forward.
I think the greater worry should be around.
I'm trying to not make jokes about it, guys. I'm sorry. Like, I'm supposed to be taking this seriously. I'm having trouble not making more jokes about this. Okay.
You know, the potential radicalization among
the
existing members and the existing core and leadership, a radicalization towards political violence.
We'll continue to keep an eye on groups and gatherings like this. If you have something you want us to investigate, email us at vi@cbc.ca.
Okay, that's terrifying. Obviously, but we're not surprised. I mean, there's all these monsters and shit. Okay. Anyway, all right. So, dear God, let's go on here. Okay, let's see what else we got here to react to. That's fun. What's this? Ooh. Let's watch this one. All right. So this is our another very attractive man here, who I like a lot. This is, what's his name? Oh, I can't remember his name. God damn it. The cute guy on the bottom, who's like in his 50s or 40s or something. But he doesn't look like it. And not that it's bad, but you know, what is his name? Whatever. This is him talking about Toby Owen. That's right. Something Owens. Not Jesse Owens. God. Owen Jones. Dear God. Okay, let's watch.
This is the biggest event in British history. There are millions on the streets of London.
Cocky little fellow, isn't he? Confident.
Cocky little fellow. I love that. Okay.
Let's just have a look at a bird's eye view.
Oh my God, that's so funny. That is so funny. That is so funny. That is so few. That is not that many people. I thought it was more than that. That is hilarious.
More people watched Cardiff play Northampton last month. But let's have a look at some of the entertainment at this sparsely attended rally.
You're right, Outer Signal. Stop it. Outer Signal, you know just what to say to trigger me. Damn it, you're right. Outer Signal knows me too well. Like, guys, my biggest fear is that, like, let's say I were to become, like, famous or some shit, and then I got to be on, like, a stream with Owen Jones or Hassan. Like, it's the negative things I said about Hassan are not what worries me. It's all the thirsting I've done. All the flirting with him and the commenting on his looks. Like, that'll be what's embarrassing. Okay? That'll be, because you know that these people will know that I did this, and one of you will have told them, and then they'll embarrass me on stream, and they'll be like, oh, and just be like, so, Casual Revolt, this is what you said on you know, what, May 19th, 2026. You said this about me. Do you have any comments on that? And I will, like, turn beet red. You're right. You're right. Guys, if anyone asks, I am I'm drugged today. I'm on painkillers, okay? All right.
Let me hear you.
I don't know. I know you all will snitch. I know all of you will snitch. Matt Saiga, why do you think he'd call you CR? I don't know. What would he call me? I don't know.
I mean, just the men.
This is ridiculous and hilarious and humiliating.
And the women. Now everyone together. 1, 2, 3. Well, everyone's having fun
So
there.
like, can we? Have you ever seen anything that is so embarrassing and humiliating to watch that you have trouble watching and you want to skip it because it's so embarrassing? This is almost so embarrassing that I'm having trouble watching it. It's so cringy. I know you do, Weird Nervous Blob. You're a masochist, but this is so cringy. I'm even having trouble watching it. It's humiliating. Dear God.
Living their best lives. What about this little musical delight?
Civilian soldiers.
Why? These people are traitors. Oh my God! Look! Oh my God! It's the Shaw people again. It's the Shaw people again. They have an image of Trump and it says Ali Khamenei is dead. There's an image of the old Persian lion and it says Trump thank you with a bunch of Persian flags around the outside of it. Oh my God! Really? The worst people do congregate together. Jesus Christ. Okay. Hilarious to me. Okay.
Civilian soldiers.
I know Weird Amorphous Blob. Oh my God, guys, he's a terrible singer. I can't. Oh my God, you're flat. You're flat. Oh, cringe.
Come on.
These people say they want to preserve British culture. Is this their idea of British culture? Literally more out of tune than the average pissed up karaoke. The truth is, this protest was humiliating for Tommy Robinson because the attendance was just so poor. But the far right is dangerous.
Yeah,
and they're
Louise.
emboldened. And they're openly preparing for conflict. They are the real principal dangers in this country, and they need to be defeated.
Oh my God. That made me feel better about it, though. I got to tell you, these lunatics was not nearly as big of a crowd. What is this? Matt Saigai? Oh no. Please don't tell me they're doing. No. Okay. No. Okay. Please tell me these aren't people dressed up in burqas just to make fun of Muslim folks. Okay. All right. We'll watch it. I'm already annoyed and very mad, but we'll see what. Okay. Like, Matt Saigai, this is the far right. This is the far right in the UK. All three women are far right women from France. This is like, okay. This is really gross. But like, these women are also traitors to their own, to like women in general. Okay, because they're. You notice how like the men and stuff are whistling in the audience and shit now. Okay, it's almost like they're like here. They should have expected they're going to be objectified by doing that. Like, anyway, I just like they're like, look, we're objects. You know, we shouldn't. I don't know. It's just weird how they're kind of enabling a lot of misogyny and shit by doing that on top of the Islamophobia. Okay, whatever. You know what? I just gross. I don't know what to say. This is just really gross. Okay, just gross. I don't know what to say. These people are monsters, obviously. Obviously, they're monsters. Okay? Absolute monsters.
Can you imagine at a protest people dressed up on stage as Orthodox Jewish people, as figures of ridicule and contempt to be laughed at and jeered at? They would be arrested by the police. So would the protest organisers. The protest would be banned. There would be condemnations from all frontline politicians, outrage all over the front pages. But Muslims are fair game in this country.
Yeah. That is true. Yeah, imagine if they had been dressed up like Orthodox Jewish people or something and then taken off those clothing. Like, okay. All right. What the fuck is going on this planet right now? It's a mess. It's a mess, folks. Planet is a mess. Okay. Let's see what else we got here. I just don't have much to add to that. I'm just, you know. Let's see what we got. This is from Fetty. Let's see if this is true. Okay. Oh, okay. This is Sami Obayad. Let's watch this one. I don't think we've seen this one. Have we seen this one yet? This is Sami Obayad. I haven't seen it. I don't think I have. Have you guys seen it? Have we watched it? I know we've seen a few, but I didn't recognize those people. This is an old one? Okay, whatever. We'll watch it anyway. I need some kind of palate cleanser. Okay, this will be the palate cleanser. Let's watch.
You are
oh my God, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Yeah, that's a classic Hasbara talking point that, you know, it's just a small little country. Okay, well, all right. That's not whatever. I don't even want to. I'm just gonna keep hearing what they're saying. You all know that I like. Okay.
Spitting out APAC talking points.
Yeah, literally, they're spitting out Hasbara like APAC talking points.
Whoa! They come in APAC.
Ha ha ha!
If you agree with that, the Arabs and Muslims are atrocious. Do you agree with that part?
Okay, I'm gonna have to say this again. Yeah, that wow. At least I got to tell you, I appreciate that they went straight to the Islamophobia, so we know what this is really about, right? It's about racism and Islamophobia. So, as I said before, folks, I'm a gay guy. Yeah, Hamas might not be the best to gay people. By the way, Israel is worse to gay people in Palestine because they're slaughtering gay people and bombing them and vaporizing them into dust and blowing out their internal organs and crushing them under concrete. I got to tell you, Hamas has never done that to a gay person. They've never, blown them up into 1,000 pieces, crushed them under concrete, burned them alive in a hospital bed. So, okay, that's just bullshit. Okay, but bullshit. All right. By the way, hilarious that they're saying that Muslims are bad too. Yeah, there you go, Paul Squall. They're literally the Israeli military, the IDF has been assaulting boys and men in Israeli prisons, and assaulting them in through certain orifices, gang raping them. Okay. And on top of that, they want to talk about how women are treated. If you want to talk about how women are treated, how does it feel to, okay, fine. Hamas, there might be some strict, let's say that there are strict structures for women in Palestine or whatever. Okay. Let's just take that as a fact, whether or not it's true. Okay. How do we feel about blowing up women into tiny pieces or killing a mother's child in front of her eyes or, burning them alive in a inferno dropped from a bomb? Okay. So like, can we not, I literally, these are the worst people on earth. You guys know I have trouble talking about it because I'm going to get mad. But I'm so sick of these talking points. I'm at my limit in for these talking points. Okay. Okay. Weirdomorphous Blob. Yeah, there goes the palate cleanser. Weirdomorphous Blob. The historically progressive alignment will certainly secure queer liberation. Is disgusting. Yep. The Ottoman Empire legal. Yeah. Hey, Weirdomorphous Blob. Like, I'm not even arguing the facts on it. Like, you're right. This is much more complicated than the idea that they're bad against gay people, they're bad against women, okay? Like, most of those points are just not true. Even if they were true, though, that's my point. Even if they were true, it doesn't matter, okay? Like, all right. By the way, we don't treat people well in this country. Do we remember, guys, that there's an Epstein sex ring that was trafficking women and abusing them, and girls and children and abusing them? That wasn't happening in Palestine. That wasn't happening in Palestine. By the way, there was an Israeli prime minister on the list of people who was one of the worst abusers of these women that were being trafficked. So can we... Okay. Yeah, Philly cheese. And meanwhile, guys, we have the fucking CIA posting recruitment ads that are like, look, we have a queer Latina woman who's now a drone pilot. And like shit like that. All right. I'm gonna lose my mind, but we'll keep listening to this.
All right, everybody, quiet. This is my show.
I'm against any loss of human rights, whether it's Muslim people or LGBTQ people, but why does that have to come up when we're talking about the loss of human rights of people being bombed literally right now? You know what that's called? It's called pinkwashing. Pinkwashing, which is not when you mix your reds and whites in the washing machine, which I initially had thought it was.
Yeah, pinkwashing is where you use gay rights as an excuse for cruelty towards people, okay? Or I guess you use homophobia as an excuse for killing people, murdering, abusing people and things like that, all right? Guys, I've known lots of queer people who do have these thoughts. I do, and it makes me want to lose my mind, okay? Now, I will say, not most, but a lot. The propaganda's working for a lot of them. Yeah, Dave Rubin believes that shit. Anyway.
Any good shirts with the pinkwashing, right? This guy knows what I'm talking about, right? The definition of pinkwashing is exploiting the LGBTQ for a political point. It's
yes.
Like, oh, look at their track record.
Yeah, and that's why I also hate guys. I feel like I'm being exploited too by being used in this way. I'm an object. I'm an object to be used. Like, do you guys remember when Netanyahu got in front of a camera and he said that, like, gays for Palestine, that's like chickens for KFC? Get your fucking name out of, get my name out of your mouth, right? Get the gay community out of your fucking mouth, you fucking pig. All right? Like, anyway. He has nothing, anyway. Yeah, Weirdomorphous Blob, right? Jesus. Weirdomorphous Blob, remember when Zionists, might have even been Israel directly, brought out a whole page in the New York Times to say Israel is only the only safe place for gays in the region during Operation Castlet? So disgusting, Weirdomorphous Blob. Yeah, we'll never know. Outer Signal, so Outer Signal says, how many LGBTQ plus Palestinians has Bibi slaughtered? We'll never know, because a lot of them never even had the chance to come out of the closet, because Israel killed them before they ever had the chance to feel safe enough to come out of the closet. Okay. And yeah, I'm not denying that there is some discrimination against gay people in Palestine. There is. But to be honest, it's everywhere. There's discrimination all over the world against gay people. And yeah, so whatever. That does not excuse mass murdering people. There's a reason why I'm not getting on here and saying that when a Republican comes out and says that gay people are inferior, I don't suddenly come out and say, well, we should start killing all their children, and we should it's okay then to murder all those Republicans, their children, and everything like that. You see what I mean? And again, guys, the details about how true it is don't interest me. They really don't. Because whether or not it's true is beside the point. All right. Yeah. Let's go on.
Gay rights. Check everywhere's track record of gay rights. It's absolute. Yes.
When I bring up human rights.
If you're not a pinkwasher, you're at least a heckler, for sure. So stop telling LGBTQ folks how to feel about Palestine.
Thank you.
Newsflash, they can decide things on their own. If you can pick your pronouns, you can pick a stance, okay? Because if you thought that queer folk would be down with bombing kids, you didn't know queer folk in the first place. Okay?
Yeah.
They ain't like that. They ain't like that. And I mean they.
Hilarious. Okay. Yeah. So, by the way, there are a lot of queer organizations. A lot of times, the establishment and the elites are afraid of gay people and queer people and LGBTQ folks overall, because we already have a lot of established protest organizations and rights organizations that can quickly mobilize to protest and act politically. So because we're pre-organized from gay rights movements and things like that, kind of like the Black community also has a lot of these organizations too. So they oftentimes try to make sure there's a message in there that will stop the LGBTQ community from acting out, okay? I just can't stand this bullshit. I can't stand this bullshit. And every time we talk about this topic, I still see that video in my head that I told you guys about the hospital bed on fire. And it just keeps coming back to my head. And then, anyway. Okay. Weirdemers blob and attempts to impose it by imperial means will just further identify queer. Absolutely, Weirdemorphous blob. Yeah, do they want us, as a fellow LGBTQer out there, do they want us to be hated everywhere? Right? It's kind of like when Israel is constantly conflating Judaism with Israel, like constantly conflating the murder of Palestinians with queer liberation is not exactly good for us, right? All right, whatever. Whatever. Let's go on. What's this shit? Okay, this was sent to us by Clumsy Mumsy.
Your hat says Trump.
I am curious about this. This is sent to us by Louise. It says MAGA senator gets shut down. I'm very excited to see this. Let's see what we're going to see here. Well, that was a smart statement on my end. Let's see what we're going to see here. Okay, let's watch it. I don't know what he says here. We'll find out. GOP senator got cooked.
Your hat says Trump was wrong about everything. It should say you are wrong about everything.
That's adorable.
All right.
Oh my God, that is so funny. I was literally about to say, oh, that's adorable. That doesn't make sense. Okay. Aw, he stole my words. Okay.
The board is clear.
I love this laughter. Oh my God, he's a jester.
The board is clear.
Burned.
Oh my God, yes.
Pam Bondi wrote that for you?
Such a bad bird. That, by the way, that doesn't make sense. Why would it say you? If okay, you know what? Hilarious. Yeah, insane. Weirdemorphous blob, insane. That is so funny. Okay, you know what? Louise and Fetty, you're on a roll today. Yeah, you're so right, Alyssa. Like, that's maybe why they're, yeah, exactly. There's way more. Okay, let's see what the other one is here. This is also, Louise, you're on a roll. I'm gonna be biased, and I'm gonna watch what Louise sent again. Okay, there's another one sent by Louise. By the way, are you here? Oh, we need to watch that whole bit there at some point. Okay. Well, okay. Are you here still, Louise? Okay, let's watch this one too.
In Greensboro, North Carolina, received a simple assignment from their teacher. Write a persuasive essay on the topic of your choosing and then send it to someone in a position of authority. Basic elementary school civics. Well, 10-year-old Christian Mango chose a topic he was passionate about, electric vehicles.
I prefer Muslim Mango. I'm sorry, that was a bad joke. Whatever.
About that too. Specifically, tax rebates for EVs that the Trump administration eliminated. And he thought the
What about agnostic Mango? Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. They're bad jokes. I know.
Should bring them back.
We should have a $5,000 tax rebate for electric cars because they're better than normal cars. They're better for the environment. You pay less, and there's no gas.
Christian says he's worried about climate change, and so he sent his essay to Congresswoman Republican Virginia Fox.
Guys, can I be ageist for a second? Can I please be ageist for a second? Oh my God, can I be ageist for a second? Has anyone here played Fallout 3 and remember the ghouls? Like, oh my God, how is she alive? She doesn't look alive. She looks like a corpse. She looks like the skin is just hanging off of her bones and everything else is melted away. Like, I'm sorry, I can't. Like, this, what is going on with her, the left eye here? What is happening? How can she even, okay. Like, if I got a magnifying glass, I think I could see the Grand Canyon on her face with all those crinkles. Okay, all right. I'm sorry, but you're right. The ghouls do look better. But, like, why do we have all these ancient... Anyway. Yeah, even more reason why she shouldn't be there, Gwen. If she had a stroke and that's what's up with her eye, she definitely shouldn't be there. Like, why? Okay. You know what? Let's continue. I'm sorry. Anyway.
And Congresswoman Fox responded. First, she thanked Christian for his letter, And then things took a turn. She sent the 10-year-old boy a list of articles from conservative outlets like Fox News and the National Review for his, quote, perusal about the disastrous record of policies enacted to address climate change. Fox then went on to lecture the child about the national debt and insult the teacher who gave him.
Yeah, look, Fetterman should not be in office. Fetterman has severe brain damage, literally, and should not be in office. He has literally lost his goddamn mind, and that is not me being ableist here. I literally do not hate him as much of other people because I really do think he is he has extreme brain damage, and he is being propped up in office by donors, by the people around him, and he needs to get out of there, okay? And that's not to say I don't hate him, I do, but guys, it's so obvious that the stroke did a massive issue to his brain, right? What's disgusting is that he's still in office and he hasn't been forced to leave yet, because he clearly, anyway, like, guys, he is so unpopular. It's clearly he's not doing it to be popular. He's not doing these things because he thinks they're popular or whatever. He's acting completely irrationally and isn't even benefiting himself by doing it. But it doesn't, regardless, like, we need to do something. Like, remember Dianne Feinstein, who literally died in office, and before she left, she couldn't even keep track of what they were doing in meetings, and she would have to have someone there whispering in her ear to tell her what to vote because she couldn't remember what to vote or how to or how to behave. Like, what are we doing in this country?
The assignment. Christian read part of the letter for a local news station.
Yes, Philly. Do we remember that? Yeah, she died. She died in office. She died in office. She didn't resign or anything. She died while she was still in office. Philly Cheese. There was a congresswoman who was found on a long-term care facility after being missing for months long. Yeah, we have this massive issue, folks, with people staying in office when they should not be in office anymore. Okay? Now, am I saying that being old fundamentally means you can't be in office? No. The issue is that we're letting people who have gone way past their ability to function in office to stay there while they're literally dying, okay, and are not functioning anymore. It's crazy. It's madness that we do this. Hell, even and guys, Trump is the same way, right? He has had major mental decline. Biden was the same way. Now, a lot of liberals get all sensitive when I say that, but yeah, Biden was also clearly losing it by the end, okay? Can we stop doing that? Exactly, Paul Squaw. Jesus. All right.
Ask your teacher to explain propaganda to you, but I will never be able to know. My guess is that your teacher will not be able to give you a good educational experience by helping you to be able to think, as they are too interested in indoctrinating you. How sad.
Oh, wow.
Yes, that is what Congresswoman Fox wrote to the fourth grader. Let me read you that part of the letter again.
Hilarious. So wait, they sent I'm sorry, Alyssa, that you had to go through that, okay? Thank you, Matt Sliger, for the contribution.
Please ask your teacher to explain propaganda to you. Well, I will never be able to know. My guess is your teacher will not give you a good educational experience and help you learn to think, as they are too interested in indoctrinating you. How sad. After
hilarious.
Asking his mom,
she's accusing him of spreading propaganda or reading propaganda when she sent him Newsmax and Fox News and Breitbart.
To help explain what the hell his 82-year-old representative was on about, Christian says he was upset that she attacked his teacher, who, to be clear, didn't choose the topic of the essay. It was an unhinged response from Fox to one of the most banal aspects of being an elected representative. Kids write their elected representatives letters all the time. They go visit classrooms. They give.
She was triggered by this child, wasn't she? Jesus.
Tours of the Capitol. They speak at graduations. Generally, as a rule, the Congress people don't insult the children. But this is Virginia Fox we're talking about, a true zealot who was MAGA before there was ever such thing.
I mean, literally, she was probably alive during the Spanish Inquisition, so she's probably a pretty major zealot. Or for those history nerds out there, she's literally a zealot from Israel during the time of Jesus, okay? Like, that's probably the case. She probably is literally a zealot radical, if you guys know what that is from history. But anyway, but at the very least, you know, she definitely is probably a zealot of some sort.
As MAGA. It's worth remembering when you hear, oh, so many congressional Republicans are secretly against Trump and embarrassed by his behavior. Maybe true for a handful across the House.
There you go, Trump failed. I can't say that aloud, but that's funny. Trump failed.
Many, many more are just like him.
God. Was she really, though I think, I can't tell if you're joking because that sounds like it could be true. Was she really Fred Trump's side squeeze? Like, you know what I mean? Okay. She was in the tomb with Christ. Yeah, probably, literally. Like, all right, you know what? That's why she's such a strong believer. She saw him resurrect. Okay, but you see what I mean, Gwen? Like, it's so believable. I believe it. Okay. Whatever. Let's see what else we got here, guys. She was Mrs. Lazarus. You guys are funny. Okay. Oh, my goodness. With no offense to like older folks, dad, I almost called you guys dad. I almost said with no offense to older folks, dad. What I meant to say was my dad is an older man. My mother is old. Okay. And they're great people. But I'm just saying when it's become so obvious that you've declined mentally, physically, and things like that, you should not be in office anymore. Okay. You just shouldn't be. Okay. Go live out the rest of your career. Oh my God, please. Please, please, please. No, please. Okay, we have to watch this. We're going to watch this. We have to watch this. We're going to have to watch this. You're not, no, Gwen. Anyway, that's my point though, Gwen. Like, you're fine. But I'm saying, like, if you ever got, you know, if you were in your 80s or 90s or whatever and you couldn't function, then yeah, you shouldn't be in office. But that's the same with everyone, right? Okay, nothing wrong with being old. We're going to be, by the way, folks, we are all going to be old for most of our lives. Think about it, right? Okay, real fast, guys. Real fast. Okay. What age, and we're going to have an open conversation. I'm going to be honest. What age do you think society views you as old at? What age, but would you say society perceives as making you old? By the way, there is not a right answer to this. Okay. 40. Okay. 12. No, Redmond Barry. What do you mean? 60s, 50s, 40s. Okay. All right. So think about that, right? I would argue that I would agree with Jonas. That it's like 40 or 45 is where suddenly society you start not really being viewed as very young anymore, right? At least by a large chunk of society. And so maybe a lot of you say 60, 65, that's fair, okay? But it's not really an exaggeration to say that we spend like most of our lives being at an age where we're viewed as being old. You see what I mean? Which is weird. It's like a weird cult-like mentality that younger people are somehow better, even though that's like what most of the time we're old. You see what I mean? Okay, or like we're not young. That's fair, Alyssa. I'd say that most of the time we're alive, we're not viewed as being young, right? Which is weird because the young are the ones who are always put up on a pedestal. Maybe we should just be happy to be human. And by the way, we should just praise people that are human. Now, I will say this. There are other cultures in the world that aren't that mean to older people. Native American groups give older people like a treasured position in their societies. Okay, they're deeply honored. In our society, a lot of the times they're viewed as a burden or like something to be hidden away and gotten rid of, okay? You see what I mean? Yeah, no, Gwen, you're not. That's the thing. My point here, guys. My point here, guys, is that these are all perceptions and they're culturally constructed and they're not true. All right. Okay, that's cool, Reverend Barry. All right. That's because, Gwen, obviously age is just an illusion, right? It doesn't matter. Okay. Well, Sam, if they didn't act like lunatics. Oh yeah, no, Alyssa. That's my point, though. There are some people who are really old that are starting to decline and should definitely not be in positions of power. But my point here is that even the issue is not that you're old and you're declining. That happens. That's normal. Okay. But the issue is that we don't respect them enough to remove them from that position and give them a good life. Okay. Paul Squaw, you could do manual labor for work and be old at 35. Correct. It's just a number, right? Regardless. And we have this weird social idea. By the way, it's partially due to capitalism, because after you've reached an age where you're no longer productive to the overlords, you're viewed as expendable, which is gross, which is really gross. All right. So anyway, so I just saw this. I thought we could watch it real quick because why not rage bait all of you? This is I just saw this is a new PragerU video. It's 5 minutes long. It said lions versus scavengers, the values that built the West. Oh my God, I am so excited to watch this. I'm sure it'll be full of very, yeah, Jonas, this is going to be very, bad. Okay, hello, Mayflower Kid. Let's see what kind of racist things they are, Jonas. A lot of times, old people's home are dumping places for the elderly, and it's really gross. And we need to figure out a way to, humanize these folks, okay? All right. Yes, Alyssa, I know you're all very happy that we're going to be watching this, but guys, come on, it's a tradition. We've never, have not watched a PragerU video for so long, and I got so many views before. Remember when I was still doing videos on YouTube, and I was still making money, and I just kidding, not doing. And when I would do PragerU videos, and they would get lots of views and shit. I'm not going to clip this or anything, but this is like a tradition. We need to watch a PragerU video. Okay, let's do it.
The West is in a war for its survival.
Oh my God, why do we have to have Ben Shapiro immediately off the bat?
That war is playing out simultaneously at a civilizational level and in every human heart. It is a war
in every human heart. What? This sounds like fucking like the Care Bears or some shit.
War between the lion and the scavenger. The lion is the part of each of us that prizes freedom, responsibility, and achievement.
By the way, the lion is a classic symbol of the state of Israel, of the Israeli government, literally. No wonder Ben Shapiro loves lions so much, right? No wonder he loves lions so much, because Israel never did something he didn't like. I wouldn't be surprised if he went over there himself and just went in with a flamethrower and started burning a child's clinic or something. Okay.
Knows that there are rules to success and failure, that we are
Paul, you make me sick, okay?
creative beings with autonomy and power, and that freedom comes with an equal measure of obligation. The scavenger, by contrast, is the part of us that believes that society, from top to bottom, is rigged, that powerful forces, not individuals, dictate outcomes. That person.
So, folks, I hope you won't know by now. To PragerU, they point, yes, I want to be clear, guys. I have shown you many times on stream that this is just factually true. That you don't have for the Americans at least, you don't have much of a say over your government. There are larger forces at play here. They control the narrative. The elites, who all the wealth and the power and things like that, are the ones who make the decisions. I can back it up with empirical data. I've shown you multiple studies about it. I've done multiple presentations. So, and it's not coming out of nowhere. So I love it how the right wing still always presents this as just a mindset problem, which is funny because it is not them saying it's not true. They're simply saying, well, no, you're just looking at it wrong. Okay. Stop looking at it as you're being oppressed. Start looking at it as you are a scavenger, right? You need to work better to think like a lion. It's almost like they're admitting to you. That that's the state of the world, but you just need to brainwash yourself into not seeing it or believing it or caring.
Failures are a result of a great conspiracy, and that rage, including violence, is the only response to this corrupt system. We all wake up each morning and must decide, will we be...
No, by the way, no one says it's the only response. A lot of people say it might be the only one left that can be, because a lot of other things have been tried.
Lions or scavengers? Will we take ownership of our problems and work to solve them, or will we blame others for our failures and wallow in resentment?
Yes, Weirdomorphous Blob. You got it.
The values of the lion animate Western civilization and provide its founding principles. First, free minds, because human beings are made in the image of God with the power to choose and innovate. Second.
By the way, guys, I know that this is a hot take that I have, and I've said it before on stream. I do not believe in free will. All the science shows that there's no such thing as free will, and this is going to be really hard. I can do a stream on it sometime, but we do not have free will. This is what the science says. Now, listen, we can disagree about this, right? Philosophically and things like that. But there is no free will, okay? At least in terms of what the science says. think about it. Like when we see a dog doing something, do we think that that dog is making a choice, or do we assume that the dog is just kind of acting on instinct? It's an animal, right? We say that all the time about animals. Well, it's just acting on instinct. It's just acting on instinct. We're animals too, guys. We just act on instinct. We just act on what our brain tells us to do. It's not like we're choosing what to do. Our brains are directing us to do things. Okay? We literally and I know that is, I'd have to explain this more. I don't want to get into it now, but there have been multiple studies on this, by the way. For example, if you take a judge, like a judge in a court case, and you study how much they punish people. Yeah, that's okay, Jonas. And like I said, I get, guys, that this is, we can disagree on this, okay? I'm just saying, I want this to be a normalized way of thinking, okay? Because it changes how you start viewing the world, and it makes you start realizing that we need to make big changes to change things. So let me explain, okay? So there was a study done on judges where they had judges in a court, and they took a look at how often the punishments these judges would hand out at certain times of the day. When judges were handing out punishments right before lunch, they would almost always hand out worse punishments, and they were more likely to find someone guilty of a crime. When the judges would hand out a punishment after lunch, they were far more likely to hand out a not guilty verdict, and far more likely to give less punishment. But in every case, the judges said that they made their decision objectively, and they had no outside influence, and the fact that they had eaten or not had no influence on their decision. Because you can't even tell when you are making a decision or not, okay? We feel that we're making decisions that are good, but I mean that are based off our opinion, but we're not, okay? Your brain is directing you. There was even a study, guys, that shows that before you make a decision, your brain starts flashing. So like your brain makes a decision and then you think you've made the decision, okay? Like it's not that one causes the other. You are not somehow making a choice. Your brain is pointing in a direction and then you're following that direction, okay? And my point being that, like, if you start thinking this way, there's a famous book called Determined, A Science of Life Without Free Will by Robert Sapolsky. Highly recommend it, okay? And it's pretty much an established fact amongst neuroscientists that we don't have free will. What was I going to say here? So, yeah, if you start viewing the world that way, you start realizing that what changes behavior is not like personal characteristics or like whether you're lazy or not. It's how we structure society. You can create scenarios where people make good decisions or are more likely to make good decisions and to make their brains make good decisions. If you have a society where people are constantly stressed, oppressed, people have experienced trauma, they're going to be less likely to make decisions that benefit everyone, okay? So instead of focusing on like blaming individuals who can't really choose what they do, it's based off their environment and their experiences, maybe we should focus more on changing the environment that we're all in so that people are developed in a way where they're more likely to make decisions that are good for people. Does that make sense? Okay. Anyway, whatever. This is sort of irrelevant.
Free markets.
Okay.
Because we are autonomous, creative beings who fairly earn what our labor produces. Third, public virtue, because virtue and duty and the...
By the way, it's also just not true that we're autonomous. And I'm so sick of this hyper individuality. We are a social species. We are a social species. Okay? So yeah, we literally cannot really exist or function without other humans. We have evolved as a social species. There's all these negative interactions that have in place if we're not around other human beings, okay? So no, we're not autonomous. We never were meant to be an autonomous, okay? We are actually social species and we like groups. Le Quabois, social species sounds like socialism. Ha ha ha, very funny, okay?
Institutions that support them give order to the exercise of liberty. And fourth, equal rights before the law, because otherwise justice is impossible. America was founded to be a civilization of lions. And then there
Oh my God, this sounds so fascist.
are other civilizations rooted in grievance and anger, in conspiratorialism and barbarism. Those civilizations revel in a sense of victimhood. They blame their own failings on Western civilization.
Okay. Okay, look at the color of all the people on the screen here. Oh my goodness. Okay. So apparently, guys, don't you know that places where there are brown people have never been victimized, right? They're just they're scavengers. They are unjustly view themselves as victims. It's not like they've been held back at all. They're just failing to view themselves as lions, according to Ben Shapiro and this racist piece of shit monster that is Ben Shapiro, okay? You know what? I don't even need to explain this. You all know how stupid that is.
They see the world as a zero-sum game in which they're deprived of their proper share thanks to the abuse of power by the West. The scavenger is motivated by envy, what Adam Smith, the great 18th century Scottish philosopher, defines as that passion which views, with malignant dislike, the superiority of those who are really entitled to all the superiority they possess.
Yeah, fuck Adam
In modern
Smith.
speak, if your neighbor has a nicer car
Why are we quoting? Okay.
or house, he didn't earn it. There are many types of scavenger civilizations.
No. So, okay, this is a straw man. There are certain people who haven't earned it, right? There are a lot of people who haven't earned it. Like the bourgeois haven't earned their wealth. They've gotten their wealth off the labor of us, okay? Whatever.
Marxist civilization is a civilization of scavengers, based on the myth that free market prosperity is actually the result of exploitation. Vladimir Lenin, founder of the Soviet Union, called for unlawful, irregular, unmethodical, and unsystematic methods of struggle to use force against the oppressors of the people. In 1918, Lenin told...
Based Lenin, based Marx. Love them both. No, Lacroix, and guys, remember that the PragerU videos are now being shown, and thank you for reminding me, Lacroix, are being shown to kids across the country because it's being pushed in a lot of schools in right-wing countries, okay? So this is the shit that's being shown to students in schools across the country. Matt Seig, I donate to help pay for the surgery charges of the handsome man on the screen. Oh, thank you, Matt Seig. Thank you. Okay, really. All right.
His apparatchiks to hang, kulaks, rich men, bloodsuckers. He wasn't just talking about the Tsar and...
I mean... At some point, if people are hoarding wealth and guys, we're learning about the Russian Revolution, right? We're learning about the Russian Revolution right now. Do you feel it's fair, given the state of Russia at the time, that if you're withholding wealth that could be distributed to all these poor peasants because you refused, don't you think that's kind of like deserves a massive amount of pushback, if not death, if you are refusing to distribute after all the oppression that you've been doing to the peasantry and the workers? So, like, okay, especially if you refuse to do it after things are changing. Right, weird amorphous blotting, yeah.
His court. If you owned any land or even just a cow, you were in this class of people. This is scavenger thinking, and it infected the third world. In fact, it helped to create it. Dozens of impoverished nations across Africa, the Middle East, and South America blamed, and still blame, America and Europe for their failures. Poverty, crime, and corruption in this world...
Come on, I can't stand it. I don't even have much feedback here, guys. You just know this is nonsense. By the way, colonization, colonialism never ended. There's now neocolonialism where Western financial institutions control a lot of the economies of countries in the global South. There is still imperialism happening. There's still bombing happening. There is still economic incentives that make it really hard for these countries to quote unquote develop in a way that's sustainable. Okay, like this is just bullshit. It is just bullshit, and it is enabling imperialism and global domination of the global South by the imperial core, which is the United States and Europe, and China is sort of coming into this too now. Okay,
are solely the result of Western colonization, not their own bad decisions.
God.
This ignores the fact that some former colonies, like Singapore, are thriving. And nations that have modeled themselves after America are among the wealthiest places in human history.
What? I'm sorry. I'm having trouble processing that statement. Places that have modeled themselves off America have been some of the wealthiest places in human history.
Nations that have modeled themselves after America are among the wealthiest places in human history.
Wait a minute.
South
Okay.
Korea, Chile, and Israel are just a few.
Hilarious. Mayflower. Okay, all the people out there that are reading the book we've been reading, the book we're currently reading. All right. Remember the book we're currently reading over in the book club? How we're talking about, Chile and Pinochet and the, how, what is it called? What's the name of the book? I'm having a mind blank. Yeah. Isn't that funny that he's using Chile as a model of development and stuff and ignoring? Yeah, 2 military dictatorships in fucking Israel. Hilarious. Okay. By the way, South Korea is one of the worst places to exist, one of the worst capitalist societies to live in. It is horrific. Their work hours are terrible. Their economy is controlled by by a small number of mega corporations and families. Okay, it is a horrific. Yeah, it's like hyper modern and stuff, but the work culture there is terrible. It's a hyper capitalist hellscape. But of course, guys, Ben Shapiro always has to fillet Israel in everything he does. Okay. He always has to fillet Israel. By the way, Israel is not that wealthy. No, it isn't. It has a massive issue with poverty that's never going to be addressed. Massive poverty in Israel. Okay, they just never talk about it and they hide it for propaganda reasons. Compared to other countries of a similar level of wealth, Israel's like is the last on the list in terms of poverty. It has, as in like it has more poverty than a lot of places of the same level. Like. This is insane. All right?
Examples. But none of this matters to the scavengers. Radical anti-Western philosopher.
Yeah, correct, Jonas. Israel has the GDP of Costa Rica with the cost of living of an EU country. It is very hard, if not impossible, to live in Israel. They have a net negative migration right now. Okay, people are leaving Israel at an astonishing rate because of how hard it is to live there, especially with the war going on. It is not a thriving country. Ben Shapiro is a liar. He's a filthy Zionist liar. And again, he never takes a moment. He never wants to miss a chance to fillet Israel. Okay.
Franz Fanon, for example, famously wrote, "The colonized man is an envious man. There is no native who does not dream at least once a day of setting himself up in the settler's place. The only way, according to Fanon, for these colonized people to attain justice is to mock Western values, insult them, and vomit them up." Naturally, according to Fanon, this would involve violence.
I'm sorry. I love this notion of Western values because I'm sure there are certain quote-unquote Western values that will never be included in this list, right? Like, do we think that, here's a Western value, slavery, colonialism, a sense of superiority that justifies racism and violence towards other people. These are all very Western values, by the way, okay? Cold scientific rationalism that often slips into things like eugenics and things like that. Okay, like my point is that if we're going to talk about quote unquote Western values, we ought to include all of them. Okay? Anyway.
Or, as he put it, red hot cannonballs and bloody knives. Radical Islam, too, is a civilization of scavengers. It is founded on the lie that Western success is a conspiracy designed to deprive Islam of world-spanning power, and that violent overthrow of the West can achieve through force of arms what radical Islam has failed to achieve through...
No. ISIS are... Yeah, Jonas, they're scavengers, apparently. Hilarious. Which is really funny because they're actually the go-getters. Like, not in a good way, but like, okay. So they were building a caliphate. That seems like not very scavengy. Anyway, my point though is that they've been radicalized by years of abuse, imperialism, and destruction by the West in the United States. Years of abuse by the United States supporting Israel. This radicalism didn't just pop out of nowhere. By the way, it's not like they're like we hate the West because we hate the West. No, it's because the West has often colonized, murdered, and supported Israel. Okay, I mean, colonized, murdered, pushed around Muslims, and it supported Israel. Okay, like obviously, but we know this. We don't need to go on about that.
Founder of the Muslim Brotherhood, Hassan al-Banna, stated that Western civilization subjugated the whole world and now must be destroyed. With this kind of thinking, chants of death to America make perfect sense. The scavenger mentality is not relegated to faraway lands, something over there. It's here. In fact, it's been here for decades, fostered in our education system, first at the college level and then on down. And more recently, through mass migration, we have embraced members of civilizations inherently opposed to us. We have opened the door to self-hatred and thus self-destruction.
Self-hatred! Oh my God, I'm going to vomit. Okay.
So, how can the West survive? By relearning its moral roots.
No. You know how the West can survive? By being a good neighbor. Okay? By actually having some moral virtue and recognizing the shared humanity of all people, from not calling itself the West anymore and instead calling itself part of humanity. There's some ways that the West could survive, okay? Maybe stop talking about the quote-unquote West and start doing things that are good for the benefit of humanity overall, okay? Start viewing yourselves as just one section of a whole planet full of people, okay, that need to work in cooperation for the benefit of everyone, okay? Like, when he says we need to reclaim our roots, he means he wants to go back to the domination and shit. We all know that, right? I mean, not go back to it. It's still here, but he wants it to be worse.
By reclaiming its classrooms. By revitalizing its key institutions.
Exactly. Well, Jonas, exactly. They're constantly he's constantly acting like the infringements on the sovereignty of all these other global South countries is somehow like not something to think, like we don't need to think about that. That's like, even though if you were to apply, like imagine if America or France or whatever was constantly being bombed by the drones from Iraq or something. Imagine, like, you see what I mean? Like, imagine if, like, guys, you woke up every day and you heard the droning of an Iraqi drone flying over New York City, bombing a military installation. Or, you know, you woke up and turned on the news to find out that, I don't know, the Maldives Islands just bombed a girls' elementary school and is blockading all your ports. And that constantly happens, like, every day. Your towns are being bombed. Your cities are being bombed. Innocent people are dying. I suspect you might get pretty radicalized pretty quickly. And then suddenly Qatar is putting troops on the ground in the middle of Atlanta, Georgia, and literally occupying you. Like, do we see how that might be radicalizing? But no. We can't view the people who experience that as humans, right? Their response to it is irrational and savage and barbaric. Right? If it were to happen to us, it would be justified and moral for us to resist. But if it were to happen to them, and if they were to resist that way, it'd be barbaric, savage, and unjustified. That makes sense, right? That makes perfect sense.
By vigorously defending itself against enemies within and without. In other words, we must regain our confidence in ourselves and our civilization.
Please, guys, we could do with less confidence. Please, the West could do with less confidence. The West could do with significantly less confidence.
Brought so much opportunity to so many. The West must roar again. Because if
this is such fascist language.
The lions sleep.
Make America great again. Make the West great again.
The scavengers.
I mean, I'm not surprised coming from a Nazi like Ben Shapiro's mouth.
Will devour them. I'm Ben Shapiro, author of Lions and Scavengers.
I'm Oberkommando der Wehrmacht Ben Shapiro.
True story of America and her critics for Prager University. Thank you for watching this video. To keep PragerU videos free, please consider...
Oh, my God. Okay, you know what? That wasn't that much of a palate cleanser. I had fun, though. Did we all have fun? Did we all have fun watching Benny Shapiro? Okay, you know, let's pretend it was a happy video. That's not how scavenger ammo... Oh, I know, Lacroix, right? Let's not even get into that. Lacroix, you're kind of cute. You're like a nerd. You're like an animal nerd. I've noticed how much you like animals, and it's kind of cute. Like, not like in a... I'm not, like, flirting with you. I mean, like a cute, like, grab you by the cheek. No, see, that sounds weird, too. You get what I mean, Lacroix. Okay, you get what I mean. All right. It's the guy from earlier. What is it?
I have no doubt in my mind.
Oh, this guy again? Okay, let's hopefully be a palate cleanser. All right.
At the map's gonna pass. If y'all can give us less than 0 seats, you would do it.
Yeah, Jonas. It's ironic. We need to make a third category, right, Jonas? We need the parasite category. It's ironic considering how Zionists are basically scavengers in the Middle East and parasites for the West. That's true. Jesus. Okay.
Y'all do this under the orders of somebody that said the Civil Rights Act was harmful to white people, that it caused reverse racism. RFK said that black children are overfilled on antidepressants and that they need to be reparented on different farms, all of them. Pete Hegseth constantly brings Doug Wilson to the Pentagon to give a prayer service. Doug Wilson is the same pastor that said that slave owners were on strong spiritual ground.
That's true. He said that.
Guys,
you had to be in the community a long time. Do you remember when we watched the Doug Wilson clips?
Have no belief in no
That was like the first time I lost my patience on stream. I
morality on anybody that followed Donald Trump. If you wasn't with this map, you wouldn't be underneath this president. You wouldn't be in your party. You would stand up. You would stand against it. You would speak out about it. So as far as I'm concerned, if you here as one of these Trump Republicans, you already showed us who you are. You showed us what you want to do. And I believe the country as a whole is rebuking your party. Y'all are in a death spiral. That's why y'all have to redistrict. That's why y'all have to cheat. That's why Trump got to go to Texas and say he entitled to 5 more seats. It's because y'all know what y'all doing is abhorrent. We letting our people
He's spitting facts.
Die in Iran.
It's an act of desperation that they're doing it.
Based on false pretense that Tulsi Gabbard and Joe Kent say it ain't real. Y'all okay with all that. So I'm positive y'all gonna be okay with the maps. But the beautiful thing is, the children that y'all have made and the people that's younger than y'all don't support none of this racism that y'all
I love it. He's just rubbing it in their faces.
The MAGA party is the last breath of the Confederacy. And I'll be happy to see millennials and Gen Z bury y'all. There will be no more of your party. The midterms gonna come, y'all gonna get wiped out. Trump gonna get dragged out of the White House, and I'm gonna love every second of it. Because y'all love
I hope so.
Every second of the suffering that he caused to everybody in this country. And worldwide. We starve in Cuba.
I'm insane.
We bomb Nigeria. We holding Zimbabwe and Zambia hostage for their.
Now, okay, I'm not. You guys don't hate me. Outer Signal, tell me if I'm wrong. Okay, I'm not trying to call you out, Outer Signal, but didn't I am not saying I wanted us to do this, to be clear, everyone, but didn't we bomb Nigeria with the okay and support of the Nigerian government? I'm just saying he makes, and I could be wrong about that. From what I read, the Nigerian government actually wanted us to bomb Nigeria and supported it. Yeah, I thought so, Outer Signal. Okay. I'm just nitpicking here. That this is like he makes it sound like we were just bombing Nigeria. In that case, no. Okay. It wasn't like we were doing it without the approval of the country. I'm not saying that makes it good, but you see what I mean. Outer Signal, that's a really interesting point, though. Outer Signal says, though, increasingly it looks like a smart way. So it's almost like they are pressured to do it, and it's a way to keep him, to kind of keep him at bay. That's interesting. In that case, we could view it as less of a something that Nigeria supports. Interesting. Okay.
Minerals. We don't want to give them aid support. The pro-lifers that say all life is special, y'all letting kids die of AIDS. What part of your Bible say that? Point out the.
Well, I'm sure I could find a verse. I'm just joking. Okay, I'm being an asshole.
Scripture. I think everybody would love to see it, and we would love to see y'all in the midterms. I have no doubt.
I love that. That's fantastic. I like him a lot. I really like him. I really like the guy. All right. Yeah, he's great. Do you like that, Alyssa? How are you doing, Alyssa? I feel so bad. I haven't seen you around much. I know how busy you've been. Are you okay, Alyssa? Everything going well in your life, etc. All right. Everything good? All right, folks. So well, that was a weird sound, wasn't it? All right, guys. Trump gets wins. Yeah. That's an interesting point, Outer Signal. I never thought of that. Okay. By the way, Matt Guy, it's spelled R-U-D-E, not R-U-E, okay? I am Matt Guy. I am. Okay? Last day of school, so busy. Got you, Alyssa. I can't wait to see all the election results tonight. What election results? Oh, there's elections? Am I going crazy? I should know this. I'm only a streamer that talks about politics. New York Times. IRS must drop audits of Trump and family. Of course. What elections? What goddamn elections? There are primaries in Idaho. Oh, okay, interesting. Okay, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Trump failed. Okay, so guys, I am. All right, let's do this. Oh my God, my spine. Well, Matt Guy. Okay, Matt Guy. I know I'm abandoning you, Matt Guy. So my mouth is hurting, Matt Guy. I'm trying not to overdo it because otherwise. My guy, okay, let me explain something to all of you folks. I know my streams have been shorter the last few days. All right. They have been. They've been shorter the last few days because you know why? Because you want to hear something gross? I'll tell you guys something gross. I will tell you something gross, Matt Saigai. The last time I streamed, on Saturday, my mouth started bleeding and it wouldn't stop bleeding, and it's bled even while I slept. So I woke up and there was blood on my pillow. So then I had to call my goddamn surgeon, and the goddamn surgeon was like, you know what the goddamn surgeon said? The goddamn surgeon's like, was like, kind of got mad at me and is like, I told you have to keep your mouth. You can't use your mouth as much while this is healing. You're just going to keep bleeding and it's going to take it longer to heal. So you can't stream that long. Okay. You know what they said? They literally said, he said to me that you shouldn't stream at all. Really? I would prefer if you weren't streaming at all, but I know that's your livelihood. Okay. Okay. So you should be happy I'm even here, Matt Saigai. Fuck you. Okay. How dare you? All right. You know, I love you, Matt Saigai. Okay. Yeah, I know. Literally, I yapped so much that I was bleeding. So screw all of you. I am bleeding for this community. I am bleeding for all of you. Okay. My blood is all over my pillowcase for all of you. Okay. Anyway. He needs a healthy mouth. How dare you, Drizella? I hate you so much. Okay. I would prefer if you be quiet. Jay Williams. Okay, everyone should donate. Yeah, Bloody Revolt. There you go, guys. Jesus. Oh, LaCroix, thank you. So, okay, now I feel bad. I'm not trying to do emotional blackmail. I'm trying to do emotional blackmail against Matt Saigai, but thank you so much, LaCroix, for the 400 bits to help you heal. Thank you, LaCroix. Now, I will say, I tried not to yell so much today. I think I failed somewhat, but I don't think I'm bleeding, so that's good. Okay, I don't think I'm bleeding. So don't worry, but tomorrow I have off, okay? So I only streamed one day. The last 2 days I had off. I have tomorrow off, so I'll be fine, all right? I love you all very much. I might end up doing an After Dark stream tomorrow night. Thank you so much, LaCroix, for the donation. I might do an After Dark stream tomorrow night, a relaxing one, or maybe we'll watch a movie tomorrow night or something. I don't know, but for now, I'm going to go. I'm hungry. I need to give my mouth a break. I hate Matt Saigai. So let's, I'm going to go now. Okay. I love you all very much. You all know what I'm about to say. Oh yes, Mayflower. You know what? I'll do it right now. Before I go, guys, I'm going to first announce the newspaper sent to me by Mayflower Child. I know it's Mayflower Kid. I just decided to be weird and say Mayflower Child. So, okay, we'll announce the Mayflower Child, newspaper. There we go. So, guys, the newspaper has now been posted on the Discord. Please join. It's in the announcements channel. Thank you, guys. Movie sounds good. Less talking. Thank you, Rivers Blob. So, this what was I going to say here? Okay, so now let me find someone to send you guys to. And what am I going to say in the meantime, folks? What am I going to say? Someone tell me. What am I going to say? Thank you, Louise. Okay, good night to you too, Louise. What am I about to say, folks? What am I about to say? I'm not about to say suck it, Sam, Matt Saigai. That'd be weird. Why would I tell myself to do that? Well, anyone have an idea what I'm about to say? Come on, what am I going to say? Thank you, Louise. Louise is always the first one. Free Palestine. Free Sudan. Free the Ukraine. Free Iran. Free Venezuela. Free Cuba. Free Cuba. Free Cuba. I'm just saying that 3 times this time, okay? I love you all very much. Never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves, and that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo. Because the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. The Congo too, Matt Saigai, okay? The only thing I don't want freed is Matt Saigai. I want him to be stuck in academia forever and not get paid much, okay? That's so mean. I don't mean that, Matt Saigai. I was just trying to say something mean. Okay, anyway. Never stop. Okay, that includes when you watch me. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions. We need major reforms in this country. You cannot stand in the center when faced with fascism. Don't be a slug. Fight back against fascism, okay? Fight back against fascism. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. Chainbreaker is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. It's been passed on in my family for many years. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have, some of the freedoms. Okay. You cannot, please don't let our ancestors' sacrifices go to waste, folks. Please, please, please do not let our ancestors' sacrifice go to waste, and always, always, always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, I'm going to send you all to Very Nice TV. Very Nice TV. Well, by the way, never, ever am I sending you all to Hassan ever again. Hassan doesn't care about little streamers, okay? Hassan doesn't care about us little streamers. Hassan views this as garbage to be disposed of, okay? That's why I'm never sending you to Hassan again, okay? Never again. All right? Okay, the raid is starting. If you're over on Twitch, I'm going to send you to Very Nice TV. Guys, you have to make sure she knows I'm gay. You have to make, because she's going to think I'm some cis white guy harassing her by constantly sending you guys to her. But you have to make sure, like, while you're over there, make some jokes about how much I love show tunes or something. I don't. But, like, give hints that I'm gay so she doesn't think I'm harassing her, okay? Anyway. How dare you, Elevator? No, that's okay. Okay, I'm joking. All right, whatever. All right. So, everyone ready? You're not a cis straight. I know I'm not. I'm just a cis man, white man, but I'm very, very homosexual. Okay, whatever. I love you all very much. You have a good rest of your day. Hang out on the Discord. I can talk there. Okay, I can talk there. I'll see you all soon. Bye-bye. No outer signal. Don't you dare do that. Don't you dare do that.